I know I'm late. I'm late. I'm so sorry, Taylor gang. I'm so sorry. I was like knee deep in trying to get this new video that I'm about to push out here around the Jay-Z stuff, y'all. So breaking it all the way down, giving y'all the backstory and trying to get y'all some good visuals. So I was like balls deep into that and looked up and it was 5 minutes after. So I apologize. But today we got plenty to watch. We're going to be looking at Karina Cooper. Her trial is going. We're still on verdict watch for Raul. And I heard that Law and Crime is going to be streaming YNW Melly's hearing today. Allegedly, it's supposed to start at 9, which is now. So I am looking for a feed on that first. If not, then we'll jump right in to Karina. But y'all know today is a very special day. It's one of our favorite supporters, one of our favorite moderators birthday. So everybody make sure that you wish our boy D Wood a happy birthday. Make sure y'all wish him a very, very happy birthday. I don't think our boy has made it over to the chat yet. But when he does, make sure make sure we make our boy day very, very special. Also, I got a little feedback, and I think we may move away from just Taylor Umbridge. I think we're going to be rebranding and giving ourselves a new name over here. Of course, we still going to be the Taylor Gang because that's where it all began. Free the jury. Oh, what if Free the Jury is just our brand name? What about that? What y'all think about that? Right now, I put out a little poll for the folks to ask what y'all thoughts were. We had objection with Taylor on trial, and sidebar with Taylor. But I'm actually thinking about Free the Jury. Okay, because Free the Jury is where it really began, y'all. That's how I built the platform. Skin says she likes sidebar with Taylor because we and you are basically commenting on the side about the trials we watch, from strategy to objections, etc. Well, let me know what y'all think. Nothing is in stone right now. Definitely want to know what the gang is feeling, because this is not just my channel. This is our channel. This is our community. This is our home place. So let me know what y'all think. Still looking for that YNW Melly feed to pop up. Not seeing it just yet, but Karina has started. So if Melly does pop up, we will jump over to Melly immediately. Let me go ahead and share the screen.
I hope everybody had a good night. And I think yesterday we had finished last with the testimony of, let's see, Ms. Michelle Wilson. And does the state at this point have another witness they wish to call?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Bradley Seek.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Just come on all the way up here if you would. Just grab a seat to my far left if you would. So you're going to need to turn on that microphone. There's a little button on the base of it there. Yep, you can move that microphone however you want. All right, sir, first thing I'm going to do is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both for us?
Bradley Seek, BradleySiek.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seek. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Seek, where do you currently live?
Toledo, Iowa.
And are you currently employed?
Yeah, self-employed.
Okay. And prior to being self-employed, around September of 2022, where were you employed?
Nolan Farms.
How long did you work for Nolan Farms?
About a year and 4 months or 5 months, something like that.
Okay. So when did you end your employment with Nolan Farms?
January of '24.
Okay. So beginning, end of January?
Yeah, end of it, January.
While you were employed with Nolan Farms, did you know someone by the name of Houston Danker?
Yes.
And besides working with him, how did you know Houston?
I met him a few times prior, but just short, 5 minutes here or there. That was about it.
So mostly just coworkers?
Yeah.
At some point, while you were working with Mr. Danker, did he ask you to do something for him?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do?
Hold his guns.
Okay. Did you agree to hold the guns
Yes.
for him?
Yes.
Can you describe the circumstances that led to that arrangement?
He was moving, and his girlfriend, whatever he was moving in with, had a daycare in her house, so I'm assuming he didn't want him there.
And is that what he told you?
No, he never said that. He just said, "Can you hold these for me?" And that was it.
Okay, gotcha. Did you agree to hold the weapons
Yes.
for him? After that conversation with Mr. Danker, did he give you any guns?
Yes.
And where did he bring those to?
To work.
How many guns did he bring you?
3.
Can you describe those firearms?
Yes.
What firearms did he bring to you?
One was an AR-15, one was a double-barrel shotgun, and one was a .22 rifle.
Okay. Was it a Ruger 1022? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with one of the firearms in question. I just want to let the court know that it has been inspected by law enforcement and we will say that it's true.
All right, thank you.
May I approach?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Mr. Seek, I am holding what has been marked as State's Exhibit 298. Do you recognize this
Yes.
firearm?
Yes.
Can you describe it for me?
It's a
What
Ruger,
firearm is it?
Ruger 1022.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
Yeah, that's one Houston give me, one of them.
Okay. And did you have this weapon stored at your home?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, by agreement of the parties, we would offer State's Exhibit 298.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 298 is admitted.
Mr. Seek, after Mr. Danker gave you the guns, where did you keep them?
In the closet, in my bedroom.
Of your home?
Yes.
And did you ever give those guns to anyone else or remove them from your possession during the time that you had them?
No.
Were there any accessories to these guns, like clips or ammunition, that
No.
were provided to you with those guns?
No.
At some point after you strike that, how long did you have these guns?
6, 8 months maybe.
Okay. At some point during the time that you had possession of the 3 guns Houston Danker gave you, did you bring that fact up with Mr. Danker?
Yes.
And when you mentioned it, what was his response?
Don't worry about it. Just keep holding on to them.
That's a good reminder to everybody to make sure your phones are off, please.
After that conversation with Mr. Danker, did anything change with regard to the custody of those weapons?
No.
And were those firearms, including the Ruger 10/22 rifle, accessed by anyone else while they were in your possession?
No.
Did you eventually turn those firearms over to law enforcement?
Yes.
Was that because Mr. Danker was not going to pick them up?
Yeah.
Do you recall when you turned those firearms over to law enforcement?
April or May, late April, I don't know. I don't remember. It was a Thursday, that's all I know.
Would that have been of 2024 that you turned them over?
Yes.
Who did you turn those firearms over to?
Brian Randall's the one that picked him up.
Is that the last involvement you had with those firearms?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hawbaker, any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Just so I'm clear, the conversation, well, limited conversation that Mr. Danker had with you, which was basically, here, will you hold my guns? When did that happen?
Late summer, early fall of
What year?
23.
So late summer, early fall 2023.
Yep.
So the 6 to 8 months is what kind of gets you to the wraparound
Yep.
year of 2024 in April.
Yep.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Williams? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
You want me to shut this off?
No, leave it on. Thank you. Mr. Kodiaga, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Brent Randall.
Good morning, sir. You come on up here to my far left, if you would. And you can go ahead and have a seat when you get there. And you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. It's on. First thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Brian Randall, Brian Randall.
All right, thank you, Mr. Randall. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've stated your name. How are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy for Tama County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with the Tama County Sheriff's Office?
since 2011.
You say you're a deputy sheriff at the county attorney's office, at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
So deputy sheriff, fair to state that you're a licensed peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes, sir. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2003.
In the course of your duties, were you part of the investigation of the case that brings us to this courtroom today?
I was.
As part of your investigations in this case, did you at some point go to the residence of someone called Bradley Sick or get in touch with him to pick some firearms?
I did.
Do you remember when that was?
There was 3 in total that I received from Brad. One was a .22 rifle, one was a double-barrel shotgun, and one was an AR-style rifle.
So there were 3 firearms that you received from Bradley Sick.
Yes.
And you've described them can you describe, you've stated what those items are. Can you briefly describe what they look like or what type of firearms they are?
So the AR style rifle is a semi-automatic style rifle, large caliber, generally with a short barrel, double barrel shotgun. It's just two barrels, one side by side, and then a .22 rifle, which is also a semi-automatic small caliber rifle.
From your understanding, these guns belong to Houston Denker.
Correct.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 298. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what 298 would be?
That is the .22 rifle that I received from Brad Seek belonging to Houston Denker.
As part of the investigation in this case, was that type of firearm of interest that you and your other officers were looking for?
It was.
When you received this firearm, what did you do with it?
It was initially checked into evidence at the Tama County Sheriff's Office, and then it was delivered to the Iowa DCI lab in Ankeny, I believe by Detective Killian.
Why was it delivered to the lab?
To be tested against the casing that we found at the scene of the homicide.
So, as part of the investigation, you were aware that there was a casing of a .22 that had been found at the scene, and therefore you needed to confirm if it's the same firearm that had been used, correct?
That is correct.
As part of your investigation, did you check to see if the defendant, Karina Cooper, had a permit to use a firearm and was someone who was either authorized to use firearms or have a firearm with her?
I did.
Can you tell me what you did to find that out?
So I checked the records at the Tama County Sheriff's Office. We keep a computerized record of anybody who obtains a permit to purchase or a permit to carry firearms in our database at the Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as statement 203 for the purposes of identification. Do you recognize what 203 will be?
I do.
What is 203?
That would be a printout of the electronic record that we maintain at the Sheriff's Office showing that Karina has or had a permit to carry weapons.
Fair and accurate of what you have as a printout from your office?
Yes.
We move to agree to 203.
Any objection?
Need to see it first, Judge.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
Then Exhibit 203 is admitted.
So to get a permit to have a firearm, what does a person need to do?
So the initial permit at that time would require you to provide proof of satisfactory training, and that the satisfactory part is determined by the state of Iowa, not determined by the Tama County Sheriff's Office. But you would have to provide proof of training for the initial permit. A renewal permit does not require, we just use the initial training.
And the initial training, does that consist of firing a firearm, using a firearm, being able to handle a firearm?
It does.
And as you testified, what we have that's been admitted as 203 is a renewal permit, and for that you don't have to do anything for renewal anymore, correct?
Correct.
So once you get the initial permit where you have to show your capability of using the firearm, after that you just yearly renew it without having to do any further training with the firearm, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination by, I'm not sure, Mr. Hawbaker?
It's me, I should have lit up my light. Thanks,
Oh, that's
Jeff.
all right.
It's okay. Did you ever go to the scene at the Cooper's house? Did you ever go there?
I did.
Okay. And were you aware that part of the initial investigation, there were several firearms disclosed and turned over from the Cooper house?
I was.
Okay. Did Houston Danker, up until obviously the time that you retrieved these weapons, ever turn over weapons to the Tama County Sheriff's Department?
There was one other weapon that he turned over.
Okay. And was that the Ruger long rifle?
Potentially, I guess, I'm not sure about the Ruger. I personally accepted that from him in November of 2023 and delivered it to the lab. I don't recall the brand.
It's from who?
Houston Danker.
What was that gun?
It was a 22.
Okay. Was it exhibit 298? 298. Was it exhibit 298?
It was not.
Okay. So those guns, the only way that you retrieve those is from Mr. Seeks?
Yes.
Exhibit 203, which was the Tama County Sheriff's Department's information on Ms. Cooper's permit to carry. That permit to carry was issued in 2016, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And as part of obtaining a permit to carry, while I could understand why some training might have you fire the firearm, it's not actually required for the permit, is it?
Not for Iowa.
So it is possible for somebody to obtain the permit and never having fired whatever firearm they may have.
It is possible.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further? All
No, Your Honor.
right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, if you may have a minute, Your Honor.
You may.
state calls Jonna Berry.
Good morning. Ms. Berry, if you want to have a seat to my far left when you get up here, that'd be great. And that microphone's on. You can move it around however you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in first, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us for the record?
It's Jonna Berry, Jonna Berry.
All right, thank you, Ms. Berry. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I work at the DCI, which is the Division of Criminal Investigations Crime Laboratory. So I work in the toxicology section as well as on the crime scene team.
Can you just briefly tell us what the toxicology section is?
So the toxicology section tests blood and urine for drugs.
Okay. And the crime scene team, can you tell us about that?
Yes, so as a member of the crime scene team, we're on call a few times a year, and we will go out to assist cities or towns with homicides or crime scenes that they aren't able to handle themselves.
What is your training and experience?
So in the crime scene team, I have a year-long or a week-long course at the Iowa Association of Identification. It was put on in 2016. It was a week-long course on basic crime scene school. And then in 2017, I attended the Advanced Crime Scene School put on by the same association.
As part of your experience, you visited various crime scenes over the years?
I have.
As part of were you part of the investigation that brings us to this courtroom today?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell us what your involvement was in this investigation?
So my partner, Madison Martin, and I went to a residence at 2798 Iowa Highway 8 in Traer, Iowa. And we were asked to process that residence for trace amounts of blood and any other items that may have evidential value to the death investigation that occurred in 2021. And this was in 2024.
Do you know what month in 2024?
In May.
Okay. So will around May 8th or on or about May 6th, I believe, would have been the date?
Yes, May 8th.
Did you have some instructions or some knowledge of some of the things that you would be looking for at this residence?
Yes, we did.
Did you know the owner of this residence?
We were informed that Mr. Houston Danker was the residence of that address.
So you're going to this residence in Traer, believing that the owner would be Mr. Houston Danker?
Yes.
Can you tell us what are some of the things that you were tasked with doing at this residence?
Yes, so like I said, we were screening for trace amounts of blood. So we used some of our reagents called Blue Star to search for blood. And we also were informed that Mr. Danker may have been wearing a red or maroon sweatshirt and blue jeans at the time. So we searched the residence for that type of clothing as well.
So you're looking for items of clothing.
Correct.
And you're also looking for presence of blood at the residence.
That's correct.
Can you describe the residence for the jury briefly?
Yes, so the residence was located out kind of in the country. It was a 2-story house with a basement. There was a machine shed as well as kind of a detached garage, additional shed around the building with some grain bins or silos as well on the property.
What do you do when you go to a crime scene like this? What are some of the things that you do?
Well, the first thing we do is we kind of take what's called like an outside-in approach. So we'll photograph the exterior of the residence and then photograph the interior as we walk through for the first time. One person will do the photos and the other person begins sketching the scene and taking notes. And we do this sort of initial documentation in order to document the scene as it was when we arrived before we end up searching or processing anything.
You talked about there being one of the things you're tasked to was to look for the presence of blood. How do you do that from your analysis standpoint?
So one of the screening reagents we use is called Blue Star. And so Blue Star is really helpful to better visualize blood stains when you can't see them with your naked eye. So when you spray it on, it will do a chemiluminescence reaction where basically it glows blue if it comes in contact with small amounts of blood.
So it's a chemical reagent that will be able to tell the presence or absence of blood?
Yes.
Could you explain the process of applying that Blue Star?
So in this process, since the reaction glows blue, the first thing we have to do is make the room as dark as possible in order to better visualize that. Once we can make the room as dark as possible, we'll spray the Blue Star over an area and then document where we see any sort of what we call positive reactions or that glowing blue reaction, yeah.
Was there a way that you handled the scene in terms of either cutting it into quadrants or separating it into certain sections?
Yes. So the areas we sprayed, we kind of separated out as far as where the most foot traffic would be, because we were told there might be potential blood on a person's shoe in the area. So we sprayed the entryway at the beginning of the residence first, and then proceeded in to spray the kitchen area as well.
Can you describe what you found in the various areas that you sprayed for this Blue Star?
So in the entryway, we saw some positive reactions on the carpet and kind of a more larger area towards the center. So we ended up collecting that entire carpet to bring back for our DNA section. And we also collected a white rug that was in that area as well.
When you say a positive reaction, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry.
When you say a positive reaction, what does that mean?
So that means that that Blue Star may have come in contact with trace amounts of blood in the carpet.
Okay. So it's just an indication that maybe someone tracked some blood, or there's some blood that it's saying there could be some positive for blood on that carpet.
Yes, there's potential for that.
There's some evidence that you found suggesting someone attempted to clean up the carpet or the blood?
It's difficult to say if there was any, I can't tell.
Moving to the kitchen, what did you find?
When we sprayed the kitchen floor, we had a couple small positive reactions on just various areas on the kitchen floor. We just swabbed those areas with cotton swabs to take back to our DNA section.
And as part of what you're testifying to, you stated you take pictures of what you see?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, did that happen in this, when you did this?
Yes, we did.
Permission to approach?
You may.
photos being marked as State Exhibit 261 through 266. Do you recognize what 261 through 266 will be?
I do.
What are they?
They are photos that we took at the crime scene.
Now, do they fairly and accurately depict what you took at that time?
They do.
Okay. We move to admit 261 through 266.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. No objection, then exhibits 261 through 266 are admitted.
We'll move to publish.
Do you have them ready to go? All right. Hold on.
Are you able to see what has been admitted as 261?
I can.
You talked about some footwear that you are looking for with a specific pattern. What footwear and what pattern were you looking for?
So there was a footwear impression that was found by the initial crime scene team with a diamond-shaped sort of pattern. So that was the type of pattern that we were looking for on the bottom of these shoes.
Did you, as part of your being in this residence, locate footwear that had what you were looking for in terms of a diamond-shaped pattern?
We believe this pattern was fairly consistent with the footwear impression that was found at the scene.
262, would that be where you found the shoe in this house that belonged to Houston Denker?
Yes, this is in the entryway with the carpet and the black vans. That's where they were located.
Okay. And you described those shoes as a type of shoes called Vans?
Yes, correct.
Fair enough to say 263 is a close-up of that same Vans
Yes.
shoes? What do we see on 264?
So this is a photo of the entryway after we removed the carpet, and we applied Blue Star to the underside of the carpet as well, or that surface.
So, in other words, is that how it appears with the Blue Star?
No, that's actually a flashlight shining onto the floor because the whole room was dark, so we were trying to get a photo of the floor with the flashlight on it.
How would you describe the floor that you took this picture of?
Well, this is after the carpet was removed, so there's kind of like an adhesive, sticky tack on the floor at that point in time.
Okay, and this is when you'd remove the carpet to that floor?
Yes, this is after the carpet was removed.
What do we see on 265?
This is the same area with just the flashlight moved off to the side. I believe this was before we applied Blue Star to it.
What about 266?
This is another, the same area with the flashlight in a different space.
Did you collect those shoes for evidence purposes?
We did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 300 for the purposes of identification. Do you recognize what 300 is?
I do.
Are those the same van shoes that you testified to photographing and taking from these residents?
They are.
And there are pair, there's another pair of these. Do they accurately depict what you took on that day?
Yes.
We'll move to admit State Exhibit 300.
Any objections, Mr. Baker?
None, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 300 is admitted.
I will publish 300 to the jury. Were there electronic devices that you also secured from these residents?
Yes, we collected 3 cell phones.
Do you remember can you describe what cell phones you collected?
There were 2 white iPhones in the kitchen. One had a green case on it, as well as 1 black iPhone in the sort of dining room area on the piano.
And fair enough to say these were taken to the lab for further testing too?
I believe we transferred the custody to Special Agent Villata at the scene, so he took those.
Was there presence of firearms or ammunition or any ballistic evidence that you recovered from Houston Denker's residence?
Yes, we recovered 14 22 caliber fired shell casings from the outdoor, kind of around the porch area of the residence.
We just have a minute, Judge.
You may.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Hawbaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So your investigation was limited to the visit to Houston Danker's property, is that right?
That's correct.
The footwear that was collected, the vans that have been described, we've heard testimony previously from somebody that does impressions. Okay. Was there an analysis of those impressions found at the Cooper resident of those shoes, with those shoes?
Not at the residence, no.
That wasn't a very good. Are you aware that there was a footwear impression found at the Cooper residence?
I am.
Do you know, and I'm asking this again because I asked it poorly, do you know if the shoes that you found at Houston Danker's residence were compared to those footwear impressions?
I don't know if they were compared.
The evidence of blood that you found at Houston Danker's house, was that ever analyzed, swabs taken?
We collected like the carpet and some swabs, and they were sent to DNA for analysis.
Okay, did you do that analysis?
I did not.
Did you collect the shell casings that you found outside?
We did.
Okay. Did you participate in any matching of those shell casings with firearms found in this case?
I did not.
Every photo that we saw, every shoe that was collected that you participated in were all found at Houston Danker's residence, correct?
That's correct.
And is it understood that at the time of the killing of Brian Cooper, this was the residence that Houston Danker resided in?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
You were tasked to look for a certain type of footwear, correct? Like
Maybe
what you
first.
testified to, you're looking for a shoe that can make diamond patterns or will leave such an impression, correct?
Yes, we were looking for that type of pattern.
That's what you found that has been now admitted, correct?
Those were the shoes we thought were best consistent with the pattern.
And fair enough to say there were other people in the lab who were in charge of either doing firearms testing, ballistic testing, and also doing the DNA testing. Your job for this was only to go in and collect some evidence at this residence.
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
And the significance of those shoes is quite clear. The shoes that you collected from Houston Danker's place, the Vans, had the similar print characteristics as the markings that were found at the Cooper residence, right?
That's why we collected them. We believe they were a consistent pattern.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yeah, the state calls Sabrina Seiffer.
Good morning, ma'am. Just have you come on up to seat to my far left, if you would. All right, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both?
My name is Sabrina, Sabrina, Seiffer, Seehaffer.
Right, thank you. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the State of Iowa, Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigations, Criminalistics Laboratory, better known as the DCI Crime Lab.
So we've heard a lot from other DCI crime lab people you work with, like the lady who just left over here, you work with her, correct?
Yes, I do.
What do you do at the crime lab?
My primary assignment is to the DNA section of the laboratory.
Can you briefly tell the jury your qualifications in terms of education and professional experience to be in your position?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, a master's and a PhD in biochemistry from University of Rochester in Rochester, New York. Once I completed my graduate work, I was employed by the Iowa DCI Crime Lab. I started my training there, and that meets all the guidelines as set forth by the FBI Quality Assurance Standards. Since I've been employed at the DCI, I've also had over 500 continuing education hours, specifically in forensic DNA analysis. In addition, I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
We hired an expert on DNA yesterday, so I'm not going to ask you much more on what DNA is. I believe it's still consistent to that. So we'll move on. Did you do DNA analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
What items, can you describe to the jury the items you received and what you did with them?
Specifically, I was submitted various items of clothing and shoes and some pieces of carpet, also some swabs and a known reference sample. A subset of those samples I did not analyze. The other ones, I would have looked for the presence of blood, specifically looking for any red-brown stains on items that had not previously been screened with Blue Star from the crime scene team. I would have then done my screening test, presumptive tests to indicate the presence of blood. If they screen positive, they would move on to DNA analysis. If they screen negative, I would not take those samples on further.
Okay. Let's go back and let's talk first on when you received these items. If you had, did you write a report in regards to this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of your report?
Yes, I do.
Will it help you to go through these items line by line to be able to testify in a more clear way for the jury about what you did?
Yes, it would.
The court's permission will ask that she uses a report to refresh her memory.
Any issue with that, Mr. Hotbaker?
No objection to that,
All right.
Judge.
You may
Your
go-
Honor, may I open my binder?
You may go ahead and you may use your report.
So starting with the items that were delivered to you on or about May 7th of 2024, can you tell the jury what you had and what you looked at?
So the items received by the laboratory on May 7th were a pair of jeans and another item that contained 2 sweatshirts and a long sleeve t-shirt.
Did you know who these were, or were these items belonging to a person by the name of Houston Denker?
That's what was indicated on the receipt form when I received the items for the jeans. It did not in the description indicate who the 3 sweatshirts belonged to, were the 2 sweatshirts and 1 long sleeve t-shirt.
When you say you do DNA analysis, what type of screening did you perform on these items that you've just talked about?
On these specific items, I was screening for the presence of blood.
And how do you do that?
So when I'm screening for the presence of blood, I first clean my bench area, individually lay out each item of evidence by itself. I examine that item, so I'm looking for the presence of any red-brown stains on the piece of clothing. I would then circle those areas, and then I would collect a subsample of that by dampening 2 sterile swabs and swabbing just a little area of the stain, set those aside, and those swabs would be what I would perform my screening test on. We perform 2 color change screening tests. So I would put the both clear liquids on one swab, one on the other, and then put hydrogen peroxide that pushes the reaction forward. If my screen tests are positive for the presence of blood, one of the samples should turn blue, the other should turn pink. In this case, on all those items, there were 9 stains on the jeans that did not screen positive for the presence of blood, so no DNA testing was attempted. And then on the other shirts, there was actually no stains noted when I examined them, so no screening tests were performed or DNA analysis.
Okay. As you perform your analysis on these items, do you at that time have a known DNA sample of Houston Denker?
I did perform testing on the known buccal sample of Houston Denker. That was received later, submitted to the laboratory after I had already examined the items in my report.
Okay. So you at some point have his known DNA samples, but initially you're just detecting if you can find blood in these items that you've testified about, correct?
Yes, so his known was submitted at the end of May, where the other stuff was earlier in May.
Was there blue jeans that you tested that was, I believe, that's the item number 46?
Yes.
And you say blood screening was negative on that item?
Yes, in the 9 areas I tested.
Were there other items that you tested?
Specifically, not on item 46. Those were the only areas Then I moved on to the next items, item 47.
Okay?
Item 47 contained 2 sweatshirts and a long sleeve t-shirt. I examined each of those items individually and detected no stains on any of those items. So that concluded my exam on item 47.
Okay, what other item did you test?
I tested item 52.
What was that?
That was a pair of black shoes.
Okay, can you describe what those shoes were?
I would have to refer to my bench notes to describe them.
Okay, if I showed you what's been admitted as Exhibit 30, Exhibit 300, sorry. Do you recognize these as those items?
Your Honor, may I get gloves out of my pocket so I can handle the items?
You may.
Yes, I do recognize these items.
How do you recognize what's been admitted as State 300?
So specifically, these black pair of shoes, you can actually see the DCI case number and the item number and the date I examined these 2 shoes written in silver marker, Sharpie marker, on the outside, just above the sole, on each item of shoe, indicating that this is the actual pair of shoes I examined that is associated to item 52. In addition, I also collected swabs of the soles of these shoes, and you can see these swab boxes indicate the DCI case number, the item number, and a description of where I swabbed, and bearing my date and initials of examination.
Thank you. What were you looking for in what's been admitted as State 300?
I was looking for the presence of blood, so once again, I was examining them to see if I could find any red-brown stains.
And what was the results of your examination?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 4 areas of the right shoe, and screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 5 areas of the left shoe. Therefore, no further DNA testing was attempted. You will note on those shoes, you'll see circles with a negative/negative. Those are indicating the areas in which I did my presumptive screening tests on.
When you examine items at the lab, do you always find presence of DNA or presence of blood or presence of what you're looking for?
No, we do not.
Okay. Is it a misconception out there that you are a scientist who will always have to find that?
Yes, it is a misconception. We have as many cases that don't have a presence of a body fluid that do. We also have a good subset of cases where no DNA profiles are developed.
And what are some of the reasons why sometimes there's nothing that you find when you test these items?
There could be a lot of different reasons. So one, there could never have been any biological fluids or DNA left on the item. Obviously, wearing pieces of clothing, we'd expect some small amounts of DNA. It could have the biological fluid or DNA could be cleaned off or removed. DNA also cannot be seen by the naked eye, but it can be washed off. It can be degraded, such as leaving something in sunlight, different nature factors such as the dirt and different things you spray things with can degrade the DNA and make it in a form that it's such small, tiny pieces of DNA that we're not able to develop a DNA profile from it.
Okay. So in other words, things like blood can be cleaned by someone, correct?
Yes.
Passage of time in terms of if this shoe that you're collecting is 3 years down the road or 2 years down the road, that passage of time can degrade that sample of blood that would have been on that item, correct?
Yes, as a piece of shoe or an item of clothing ages out, if it's a small amount of DNA or it's cleaned up, it wouldn't be present there for us to detect with our testing.
Were there any other items that you tested?
Yes, item 53.
Can you tell us about that?
Item 53 was a white rug. Once again, I looked for the presence of any areas of possible blood. My screening test did not indicate the presence of blood on 13 different areas of that rug, so no DNA testing was attempted.
What about item 54?
Item 54 was a large piece of carpet. So specifically in item 54, I did not do any blood screening tests for this. It was indicated when it was submitted in my communication with the crime scene team that collected it, criminalist Jonna that they had already applied a blood screening reagent at the scene when they collected these items called Blue Star Forensic. Because Blue Star Forensic uses the same portion of the blood as my other screening test, it was determined that I would not do any screening tests and I would just attempt to sample the areas where she saw the Blue Star reaction in that segment of carpet. So she helped me identify those areas and I took cuttings of 6 of those areas and attempted DNA on them.
And what were the results of your findings?
No DNA profile was developed from 5 of the areas on the carpet. One area did produce a few DNA factors, but those DNA factors were just too weak for any conclusive interpretation.
Okay. And from your understanding, this was they came from a house where a person by the name of Houston Denker was supposed to be living at, correct?
Yes.
Is it surprising to you that even though this person lived here, you still were unable to find DNA factors or able to retrieve DNA factors from these tests?
No, it's not unexpected. Carpet is something that doesn't either holds a lot of DNA or very little, and typically people walk on it with shoes and not your bare feet, so the bottom soles of your shoes, unless you walked in a biological fluid, would not have very much DNA present. So it's not unexpected. In addition, all of our screening tests are only indications of blood, not human blood. So if those areas did screen positive with Jonna's for blood, it could also be blood of another animal, where my DNA testing is specific for human DNA only.
Can you tell us about the other items that you tested?
Yes. The next item I examined was item 56. This was swabs from marker E and from marker B. Once again, my communication and the receipt form indicated these swabs were swabs of area that had Blue Star reaction positive. So therefore, I did no further blood screening, but I did attempt DNA on them, and no DNA profile was developed from those swabs.
And again, we are talking about these items that were retrieved by Jonna Berry, who just testified before you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What other item did you test?
I also tested a swab indicated as swabs of marker C. Once again, no DNA profile was developed from that swab.
What item did you test next?
I tested item 58, which was a pair of tan moccasins. No stains were noted in my examination, but they're indicated that they possibly saw something on the right sole that I didn't see in my examination at the crime scene. So I went ahead and swabbed the right sole area of that right moccasin to attempt DNA testing on it in case the stained area just lightened in the transport. And once again, no DNA profile was developed.
What's the next item that you tested?
Item 59, which was a pair of brown boots.
What were the results of your test?
Once again, no stains were noted on the boots, but I did attempt to swab the soles of those boots and do DNA testing. And once again, no DNA profiles were developed from the swabs of the soles of those boots.
And again, these were boots that, as reported to you, belonged to either Houston Denker or found at his house, correct?
These boots were collected by the crime scene team. As for the ownership, I'm unaware.
Okay. What else did you test next?
That was the end of my examinations of items from the scene. I then examined the known buccal sample of Houston Denker. So because you previously heard that DNA, if we develop a profile, we can't tell whose DNA profile it is. So I developed that known DNA profile so that if I did have DNA profiles developed, I would have that for comparison's sake.
Okay. And so you developed a DNA profile of Houston Denker.
Yes.
But fair enough to say that the bulk of your work that you did was testing most of these items and receiving a negative answer in terms of a DNA profile in these items, correct?
Yes, I did not develop any interpretable DNA profiles from all the items I sampled for DNA.
Even though they seem to be items that humans interact with, someone could have interacted with in terms of wearing the shoes or using the carpet in that residence, correct?
Yes, but my sampling of the shoes were on the outside area, so typically you would leave your DNA on the inside or the tongue area, so all of my testing was not in those areas.
So you talked about testing the outside. If you tested the inside, would you expect to find the DNA of the wearer of the shoe?
Yes, I would expect to get some DNA factors when you're testing for wearer DNA on the inside of the shoe. Sometimes it's not a complete profile, but I would have expected to get at least more than I got on anything else I tested.
And did you get anything? Or?
Only one sample, and it only gave me 3 DNA peaks, so I would have expected to get at least a partial profile or mixture from the inside of wearer shoes.
Can you explain that more?
So we're going to go back to what was probably talked about yesterday, so bear in mind that some of this might be repeat, but so because we test 21 locations, because you give it half your DNA from mom and half your DNA from dad, you have a possibility of leaving 2 peaks at any one location. So the 1 2-week profile from the carpet stain, I saw 2 peaks over the 21 locations and 1 peak at a sexing locus or location. So in a wearer DNA, as you continually wear something, you can leave your DNA behind, but because it's skin cell DNA, it can be degraded or slough off. So that's why I said that I would at least expect to get a partial DNA profile consistent with a lot more factors than what I got from the one item, one cutting that I got a few DNA factors from. Sometimes because people share different items of clothing, you might get more than 2 peaks at locations, which would indicate a mixture of DNA.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hawbaker, any questions?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
The state calls Vic Merillo. The court gives me 1 minute to just check with him.
Yep. If anybody wants to stand up and stretch, go right ahead. All right, let's go ahead and have a seat. Yep. Good morning, sir. Can I have you come on up here to my far left, if you would? And you can go ahead and have a seat when you get there. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So that microphone's on. You can adjust it however you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Yes. First name is Victor, Victor. Last name is Merillo. Last name is Murillo.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Codiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Merillo.
Good morning.
Can you tell this jury what you do for a living?
Well, I'm currently employed as a criminalist, part-time with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations State Crime Laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in this position?
I began my employment in July of 1982. I spent 41 and a half years as a full-time employee of the crime laboratory. I actually retired at the end of 2023 and then was hired back. So I'm back working as a part-time employee, helping with some backlog, with some training, some other things. And I've been doing that for the last year or so.
As in the course of your duties with the crime lab, have you been in various positions, and what position were you last in, or are you in now?
Yeah, so in 1982, I started as a laboratory aide or laboratory assistant, where I helped with several different sections of the lab, working mostly in photography. In 1985, I became a criminalist. I began working arson, explosive cases, gunshot residue cases, trace evidence cases. In 1989, I became full-time in the firearms section, so began working with firearm-related evidence at that time and have been doing that ever since.
Okay. What's your education background?
So I have an Associate of Arts degree in criminalistics from the Des Moines Area Community College in Ankeny. I took several classes that were kind of related to the different sections of the lab that I currently work in. So I had a firearm class, I had a fingerprint class, a drug class, so several different classes that were kind of related to what I do today. I also have a bachelor's degree from Drake University out of Des Moines. That degree program was kind of a general science program, so a lot of the criminalists are science majors, so either chemistry or biology or physics. So mine is kind of a combination, so I took all of those types of classes. So education-wise, formally, that was the extent of my background. Once you become employed in the laboratory, you're going to be assigned to a certain section of the lab, and then there's additional training that you will have to go through.
As a firearms and tool mark expert, have you testified as an expert in this in court and various cases in the state of Iowa?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you briefly tell the jury the science of firearms and tool mark that you do?
I'm sorry, the type?
Can you tell the jury briefly the science of firearms and how firearms work?
Yeah, so again, currently I'm assigned to the firearm and tool mark section of our laboratory, so most of what we are going to look at are going to be guns or firearms. We're going to test fire a lot of those guns, do some type of examination on them, and then we also look at a number of fired components. So a lot of fired bullets, fired cartridge cases, trying to match them to one another or match them eventually to a firearm.
Okay. So fair enough to say, in the course of your career, you've fired or test fired a lot of firearms.
Yes, so kind of depends on the day-to-day operation for me, and some days I will look at a dozen firearms in one day. Other cases I might look at one gun in a week, depending on the case. So if there's a lot of other evidence that needs to be compared to that one firearm, it may take a full week to look at all of those other components before I eventually get to that gun. So over the years, yes, I've looked at thousands of firearms since 1982.
Okay, so I see that you're wearing what appears to be Apple headphones. Is
Yes.
that for because you need that to help for your hearing?
Yes, I do have a hearing impairment, and these do help with my hearing, so I'm actually using them as a hearing aid. So
Okay.
I'm not listening to anything else. I don't have my phone with me, so I'm only listening to what's going on in the courtroom today.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up with the jury in case someone's wondering why you have some headphones on.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to this particular case that we are here in this courtroom for. Were you at some point in charge of reviewing certain firearms or multiple firearms to test whether they were firearms consistent with a cartridge that had been found at the residence where Mr. Cooper had been shot?
Yes, I was the first one to get involved with the firearms evidence in this particular incident, so I looked at several items back in 2021.
Okay. And before we go into that, can you just, for the sake of the jurors who are not very familiar with firearms, can you just walk them through how a firearm works, the various components of a firearm, and the terminologies like bullets, cartridges that they've had, just explain to them what those would be?
Yeah, so it's a little hard to explain a firearm because there are a lot of different types of firearms out there. There are the old style revolvers where you have a cylinder that is filled with a number of different cartridges. Every time we pull the trigger, the gun fires, a wheel turns so that one of the chambers is in line with the barrel. Bullet goes down the barrel towards the target that we're aiming at. We release the trigger, pull it again, cylinder rotates, another cartridge, a live round is lined up with the barrel, fires, bullet goes down the barrel, and we can continue to do that until we fire all, usually like 5 or 6 of those cartridges in that cylinder. There are also semi-automatic pistols and rifles where we're going to have a magazine that is going to hold several cartridges at a time. Could be anywhere from 6 to 7 cartridges or live rounds of ammunition to 30 or more cartridges that are held in that magazine. That magazine is usually inserted into the bottom of the gun, whether it's a handgun or a rifle. And then there is a bolt or a slide that's going to be reciprocated. It moves back and forth on top of the firearm to cycle the ammunition from the magazine into the chamber. When it's fired, it pulls the fired cartridge case out of the chamber and ejects it, so it's left somewhere close to that weapon when it's discharged, but the bullet still goes down the barrel towards the target that we're aiming at. So every time we pull the trigger, the gun fires. There's nothing mechanical that happens other than that slide or that bolt moving back and forth. It chambers the round for us, and it extracts and ejects the fired cartridge case for us. So all we have to do is pull the trigger, and it fires. We release the trigger, pull the trigger again, and it will fire again until we've used up all of the ammunition in that magazine. So the ammunition is the live cartridges that we're talking about that go into that magazine or go into that cylinder. Ammunition is basically what we call a cartridge or a live round. So that cartridge is made up of 4 components. One is the cartridge case. A cartridge case is kind of like a cup, coffee cup, if you will, that holds all of the other components. At the bottom of that coffee cup or that cartridge case is a primer. It's a small pressure-sensitive explosive material that's imparted into the base of that cartridge case. So when we pull the trigger, the hammer goes forward or the firing pin goes forward, and it's going to strike that primer on the base of that cartridge case and cause a spark on the inside of that cartridge case. Inside of that cartridge case is going to be powder, smokeless powder. When that spark goes off from the primer, it's going to ignite the powder. That powder is going to burn, create a lot of pressure, and that's going to push the bullet, which is on the top of that cartridge, down the barrel and towards the target that we're aiming at. So that cartridge is made up of 4 components: the cartridge case, the primer at the bottom, the powder on the inside, and the bullet or the projectile that's on the front or the forward end of that cartridge. When we fire the gun, the bullet is going to go down the barrel towards the target. The cartridge case is either going to be left inside of the gun and has to be manually removed, as in the revolver that we talked about, or it's going to be physically extracted and ejected by the gun, and it's going to be left somewhere close to that weapon when it's discharged. So those are the things that we're normally looking for at a crime scene. Is going to be the fired bullets, the fired cartridge cases that are going to be somewhere close or in the firearm, and then if they're outside of the gun, so we have fired bullets at a crime scene, fired cartridge cases at a crime scene, we can possibly match them to one another to try and determine whether they all came from the same gun or not, or we can possibly try to match them to one specific firearm. Were they fired by this particular gun? So that's my job, is to look at those fired components, look at the firearms, try to determine sometimes whether those bullets and those cartridge cases came from that specific firearm.
Let's unpack a little bit of that. You've talked about cartridge casings. Is that what sometimes people call casings, or shell casings?
Yeah, it's known by a number of different nomenclatures, a little different for everybody. So yeah, it could be a casing. Sometimes we call it cartridge case. I refer to it as a cartridge case.
Okay. But if there's a reference to a casing, it's pretty much synonymous to a cartridge case.
Yes, I would know what they were talking about. Yes, same thing.
And to be clear, that's what ejects in some firearms. When you fire, the bullet goes and the casings ejects from the gun.
Correct.
Okay. When the casing ejects from the gun, does it sometimes behave in an unpredictable manner in terms of where it will land or how it will travel?
Yeah, that cartridge case, when it ejects, is going to eject from that firearm differently for every firearm. Every gun ejects it in a different direction, a different distance. It kind of depends on the firearm. It depends on the ammunition. How powerful is that ammunition? It depends on how the gun is held, what position or what direction that gun is held as to where that cartridge case will end up as well. So there are a number of variables that are taken into consideration. If we find a cartridge case at a scene, we can kind of be general in getting an idea of where that cartridge case came from, where was the gun, but in some cases we may not be able to be very specific.
So in other words, yeah, if the flooring, the nature of the flooring, the way it bounces once it ejects out can affect where it lands and eventually ends up.
Yeah, again, that's another whole set of variables. Once it hits the floor, it is cylindrical in shape, so it will roll on a smooth floor. It will bounce. It will hit a wall, furniture, so it may not end up in the same position where it eventually fell after it was fired. It may get kicked out on a street. They get run over and get moved by vehicles and people walking. So, yeah, they could be in a different position once we're doing our investigation from where they originally fell at the time of the shooting.
When you, and I don't know if you talked about a caliber, what do we mean when we hear the term caliber weapon or something to that extent?
Yeah, so the caliber or the cartridge name refers to the ammunition that's being used. In this particular case today, we're going to talk about 22 caliber ammunition. So 22 caliber ammunition, same thing that we talked about before. It has a cartridge case. It has a priming material that's around the rim at the bottom of the cartridge case instead of being in the middle, but it still has powder, still has a bullet. So we still have a bullet that's being fired. We have a cartridge case sometimes that's going to be ejected, so nothing different. The 22 cartridge case, or the 22 cartridges, the live ammunition, is probably the smallest cartridge that we usually deal with at the laboratory, but it's also sometimes the most popular. It used to be the most popular cartridge that we would see in shooting cases.
And tell us more about that.
The 22 ammunition?
Yeah.
So yeah, again, you know, back in the day, a long time ago when I started doing this type of casework, I saw a lot of revolvers. We didn't see a lot of semi-automatic pistols. So a lot of revolvers and a lot of 22 caliber cartridges. 22 ammunition is probably the most popular type of ammunition that's out there. You can find it almost everywhere. So as long as you have a 22 caliber cartridge and the gun is designed for 22 caliber ammunition, that cartridge should fit in that gun. So it doesn't make any difference who made it, who the manufacturer is. As long as the cartridge name and the designation for that firearm is the same, then they should be compatible with one another.
Can you tell the jury how toolmark comparison works?
I'm sorry, how?
Can you tell the jury how toolmark comparison works, how you compare firearms and what cartridge was used?
Sorry, I still didn't hear part of that.
Can you tell the jury what you do in terms of comparing a firearm and whether this particular cartridge was used in that firearm?
In a specific firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So when I look at the evidence in the case, I may look at a firearm, and so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take a lot of information off of that gun, make, model, serial number. I'm going to check the safeties on the gun, make sure that everything is working correctly, and eventually that gun is going to be test-fired. We're going to produce test-fired bullets, test-fired cartridge cases from that firearm. Those are going to be my knowns. I know they came from that specific firearm because I just test-fired it. So those test-fired bullets, test-fired cartridge cases are my knowns that will eventually be used to compare to the unknowns. As I go through all of the unknowns, the bullets and cartridge cases from the scene, again, I'm taking a lot of notes, a lot of information is taken from each of them. The cartridge case, I'm going to look at it. I know that it's 22 caliber from the shape and the size. We can measure it. We look at the head stamp information so we know who manufactured that particular cartridge. I can look at the bullet, look at the diameter of the bullet, and the diameter should be roughly 0.22 of an inch wide, so I know it's consistent with a 22 caliber bullet coming from a 22 caliber cartridge case or cartridge. I then begin looking at some of the information that's put on those items by the firearm. On the cartridge case, I'm looking at the firing pin impression. It could be a number of different shapes. It could be round or square or rectangular in shape. So I'll make a note of that as well. And then when I look at the bullet, not only do I look at the caliber and the diameter, but I'm going to weigh it, and I'm going to look at all of the rifling information that's present on that fired bullet. That bullet is going to go down the barrel of a firearm. The inside of the barrel is going to have spiral grooves that are on the inside of that barrel. As the bullet travels down the barrel, the outside of the bullet is going to come in contact with the rifling on the inside of the barrel. It's going to cause that bullet to spin with the rifling as it moves down the barrel. The inside of the barrel of the gun may have 6 grooves in it. It may have 5. It may have 22. The numbers are all different. It may spin the bullet clockwise. It may spin it counterclockwise. So you may have a right twist or it may have a left twist to it. So I can look at the firearm, I can count the number of lands and grooves in the barrel, look at the width of the rifling dimensions that are in that barrel, and then I'll also look at the bullet. Does it have the same number of land and groove impressions on it as what I'm seeing on the barrel? So if I have a bullet that is 6 right, 6 land and groove impressions with a right hand twist, and I have a barrel that has 5 lands and grooves with a left-hand twist, then I know that that bullet could not have come from that particular firearm, because the class rifling characteristics are totally different. So that's my job initially when I'm looking at those items, to look at the cartridge case, firing pin information, breech face information, look at the bullet, take as much information off of that bullet as I can, the caliber, what the bullet is made of, whether it's lead or copper plated or brass plated, the rifling information that's present on it. I can count the number, I look at the direction, I can measure the dimensions of that rifling information. From all of that information, I can put it into a computer database and get an idea of the types of firearms and makes and models of guns that could have fired that particular bullet. And that may be good investigative information that will usually show up in my report.
So in,
Mr. Kodiak, I was going to actually stop you. I think now's a good time to take our mid-morning break. So we've been going a little over an hour and a half. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take approximately a 15-minute break at this point. And again, I would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously.
All right, Taylor gang. Like I said, y'all, today is D Wood's birthday, so make sure y'all wish our boy a happy birthday. He is one of our favorite moderators, one of our favorite supporters. One of the reasons why we get up and cut this thing on every day. So make sure y'all show our boy D Wood some love today. D Wood, drop your cash app so the folks can show you some love if they're in a given mood. So I found another trial that is supposed to be starting. Is it started? Has it started? Let me go over and see. Excuse me. I'm yawning because I'm starving. I apologize. Okay, so now this other trial ain't starting until later. So we can't even watch that. All right, I guess we could go over and see what's happening in the strangulation case while we wait. Melly is going to be showing later today. Let's see what the audio like. They ain't fixed the audio. I don't too much care to watch. Hold on. Maybe I need to put my headphone in. Is it? Oh, they have better audio today, y'all. So we'll jump over to the strangulation case. They've got much better audio today. If y'all notice our girl Che is not in the chat, make sure y'all send our girl some love. She's probably taking care of her patient. So make sure y'all send some good positive energy over there to our girl Che.
Trying to decide what the jury should hear, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we should go too far afield of things that certainly could not possibly be relevant in any event. So I'm happy to hear testimony that is going to be offered, but the attorneys should use their professional judgment when asking questions and try to ask questions that I might consider to be relevant. And of course, Mr. Powell, if there are questions that you think fall outside the boundaries not only of relevance, meaning that it's may or may not be relevant depending upon my judgment, but things which are even less relevant than that, then you're welcome to make the objection, understanding that I'm going to do my duty in the end to separate out those things which are relevant from those things that I find to be irrelevant, and that will be reflected in my written findings. But that doesn't mean that the state shouldn't offer those things that they think might be relevant, and it doesn't mean that the defense shouldn't object to those things that they believe are not relevant, shouldn't be considered by me. So that's the record that I envision making, Mr. Powell.
Understood, Your Honor.
And Ms. Zimmerman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. With that, does the state have another witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Alan Zukowski.
All right. All right, come on in. The witness chair is obviously to my left. And if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you're going to be asked a series of questions. Please speak clearly and slowly into the microphone in response to the questions, all right? Okay, when you're ready, counsel, you can proceed.
Please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Alan Zukowski, AlanZukowski.
And Mr. Zukowski, where are you employed?
I recently graduated from the University of Iowa. I started graduate school at the University of Arizona in August.
Okay, and what are you studying?
I study geology.
And you said you just graduated from the University of Iowa. When did you start at the University of Iowa?
I started in the fall of 2021.
And who was your roommate?
My roommate was Ali Yunus.
And how did you come to be roommates with Ali Yunus?
He was randomly assigned to my room.
And where did the two of you live?
Slater Hall.
And so when was the first time you met Ali Yunus?
In person was the day that we moved in.
And did you live in Slater for the whole year with Ali Yunus?
Not for the whole year, no.
And why not? Excuse me, I'm going to rephrase that. When did you not live with him anymore?
In late October, he moved out.
And where did he move to?
I believe Burge Hall.
And when you lived with Ali Yunus, did you see items in his closet?
Yes.
You lived together. The dorms are small. You would see each other's wardrobes.
Yes.
And did you see that he had a puffy coat?
Yes.
Do you remember what color it was?
Red, white, and blue.
And in April of your freshman year, so April of 2022, in late April, did you get a hawk alert?
I did.
And do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I received a hawk alert on my phone. It was a public safety notification about a crime that occurred near our building west. Along with that hawk alert, there were photos of the suspect, and I noticed the red, white, and blue jacket and pictures of the suspect I recognized to be Ali Yunus.
And what did you do when you knew that it was Ali Yunus?
I called the phone number provided on the hawk alert.
And what did you tell them?
I told them that I recognized the suspect and that it was my old roommate.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Next witness, please.
The state calls Detective Tiffany Lord.
All right, good morning. Please come on down to the witness stand. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay, please have a seat. And then after you're seated, you're going to be asked some questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone. Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yeah, Tiffany Lord, Tiffany. Last name's Lord, Lord.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a digital forensic examiner at the University of Iowa.
And first of all, are you a police officer?
I am.
What was your education and training?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. I also have my certificate in digital forensics from the Des Moines Area Community College. I'm also a member of the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, where I have my CFCE, which is the Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. I also have my MDF, which is the Mobile Device Forensic Examiner. I've also attended some training at NCFI, which is the National Forensic Computer Institute through the Secret Service. I've also attended some training at NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center.
And where are you employed officially?
The University of Iowa.
And by the University of Iowa Police Department?
Yes.
And do you have a special assignment?
I do.
And what is your assignment?
I work for what's called JFACT, the Joint Forensic Analysis Cyber Team.
And what is JFACT?
We do digital forensics there, so any sort of digital evidence, whether it be computers, tablets, phones, anything that's digital, we will take that and make a copy of that evidence and then process that evidence so it's in a readable format for the investigators or myself.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
Yeah, I work with a team. So on the team is Johnson County, Iowa City, North Liberty, Coralville, and myself.
Police department?
Yes.
And so you don't spend your time out on the street anymore?
No.
Where do you all have an office, or how does all this happen?
We do have an office on a location that's undisclosed to the public, off campus.
And were you know why you're here today?
I do.
And were you asked to process a phone in this case involving Ali Yunus?
I was.
And whose phone did you process?
It was Ali Yunus's iPhone.
And do you remember when you were asked to process it?
It was April 26, 2022.
And when somebody asks you to process a phone, what do you do?
Yeah, so like I was stating earlier, what we do is we take a copy of the phone because we want to have a workable copy instead of changing the actual evidence. So we plug it into what's called a gray key that takes a copy of that evidence. And then I processed it through Celebrate and Axiom. Both of those are just something that makes the file system into a readable format for myself or the investigator to actually view what contents are on there.
And in this case, were you asked to process the phone for location data?
I was.
And did they give you a time frame for the location data?
I was told that it was on April 25th, 2022. I don't remember the exact time, but it was somewhere between like 10 p.m. and just before 11 p.m.
And in military time, what does that?
In UTC time?
Yes.
In military time, yeah, so 2200 to about 2300.
And did you do that? And did you plot those locations on a map?
I did.
Your Honor, it's already up on the screen. You can see it on your screen, I think.
I can.
Showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a map of the locations from that night.
And would you mind, Your Honor, the state would offer States Exhibit 18 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 18 is admitted, and it appears to already be published. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if it's okay for the witness to approach the screen.
Yes.
Okay. point the court to, and you might want to stand on the other side so Judge McKeever can see it. Is that better, Judge? Orient the court to what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this is going to be north, south, that's east, west. This is Capitol Street right here. This is the IMU bridge. This is, to correct this, it's not the Hampshire footbridge, this is the IMU footbridge, and that's the Hampshire footbridge up there.
Okay. And can you go through and, so what are the red dots there?
Those are different locations that the phone pinged off of to show where he was going.
And so there are some places where it's not just one red dot, but it looks like there's, for lack of a better term, a blob of red dots. What does that mean?
There's just multiple locations that are in that same area.
And could you point towards just what the path was in terms of the cell phone data that Mr. Eunice took that night?
Of course. So this doesn't have a timestamp on it, but this is actually Burge Hall here. This is the starting point from what I pulled locations from. Then he continued north here on North Capitol Street, up here to this is Slater Hall. Continued north up here into the woods, then went west on the Hampshire footbridge, and then came south in this trail right here, went behind the Stanley Museum of Art building, then behind right here, and continued behind the building near the Iowa River Trail, and then went over here, which then continued west, which, as you can see, is the Art Building West area. Right here in front, there's a little trail going, so continued there, which goes through the pond area, then went up here near the parking lot area, then around, and this is at 2217, he was behind the building, then came back over, and then you can see that continued east, went back up, north, here, north up here, and then continued back south, where then he went over east on the IMU bridge over this way.
Thank you. You can sit down. And so the location started about 10 o'clock or 2200?
Correct.
And they end at around 2245 in terms of what you plotted?
To you, that's fine.
I think we can proceed.
Okay. All right, so we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. Agent Merillo is on the stand. And sir, even though we had a break, I would just remind you that you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you. I think when we stopped, we discussed briefly about firearms, how they work, what your examination entails. And I don't know if you talked to the jury about the purpose of your examination in trying to find a firearm that has been, or a cartridge or a bullet that has been fired from a particular gun, and what that tells, whether guns or bullets tell a story based on what they leave behind. Can you just explain that briefly to the jury?
Yeah, so I think I talked a little bit about it. On that cartridge case, you're going to have a specific size and shape of the firing pin impression. On the bullet, you're going to have information that's there that we can look at and try to compare that to the rifling on the inside of the barrel of the gun of a suspect firearm. So those are the first things that we will look at. When we actually do a comparison, we're going to look at a little bit more. So when we get a firearm in, I'm going to test fire that gun. I'm going to place one of the test fired cartridge cases underneath a comparison microscope. and then place an unknown underneath the microscope. And I begin looking at both of those items at the same time, side by side. I'm going to begin looking at what we call unique individual characteristics that are inside of that firing pin impression. Tiny little scratches, impressions, tiny little markings, and the same thing on the bullet. The outside of the bullet will not only have that rifling information present, but there are going to be tiny little scratches and striations that come specifically from that barrel of that gun that it was fired from. So I began looking at all the tiny little scratches and striations. It kind of looks like a little barcode, if you will, little lines, thin lines, thick lines, deep lines, shallow lines. And there's a specific pattern that's going to be on every bullet that comes from that particular barrel, and that pattern is going to be unique to that particular firearm and will be different than the pattern that we will see on every other firearm. So that pattern that we're seeing on the fired bullet, the markings that we see on the cartridge case are going to be unique to a specific firearm. So we can look at the test fires from the gun, look at the unknowns, see if they have the same pattern. If they do, then we know that they came from that particular firearm, the unknowns. If they have a different pattern or different shape or different size or different number, then we know that that bullet or that cartridge case did not come from that particular firearm. So we can eliminate it, we can identify it and say, yes, it definitely came from that particular firearm. Sometimes it's inconclusive. You may be able to look at some of the markings and there's just not enough information there. I don't know whether it came from that gun or not. I'm just not sure because of damage, or maybe the gun just isn't producing any markings. There are a lot of different variables, again, that are taken into consideration. So we may call it inconclusive. And the fourth thing that we will sometimes look at is tiny little pieces of evidence that really have no value, and sometimes we'll say that they're unsuitable. So those are the four things that we normally will come to conclusion with when we look at those items. But hopefully what we can do is find the correct firearm and eventually match those bullets, cartridge cases, to a specific firearm.
Okay. As part of your job in this particular case, were you tasked with trying to find, there was, I believe, what you've referred to as a cartridge casing that was found at the scene of this crime. Were you trying to match that cartridge casing to certain guns that were delivered to you to see if those guns had been used to fire that cartridge casing?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may. And you don't need to ask again with this witness.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 294. Do you recognize what 294 will be?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what 294 is?
Sorry, 294, State Exhibit 294 is my item 6 as it came into the laboratory. This is a fired cartridge case that came from the scene, and one of the items that I initially looked at that's in my initial report.
So you identified 294 as the casing, what we've called casing, colloquially, or cartridge casing, that came from the scene that you were tasked with trying to find which firearm had fired that casing.
Correct.
We'll move to admit 294.
No objection, Your Honor.
294 is then admitted.
You've talked about that casing. You determined that that casing was fired from a 22.
Correct. So as we look at that cartridge case, I can tell that it is a 22 caliber, probably from a 22 long or a 22 long rifle cartridge. They both use the same cartridge case. And I can also see the manufacturer. I think this one was made by Winchester, which is a popular ammunition manufacturer. So all that information is in my notes, including the size and shape of that firing pin impression that we talked about, because it is a fired cartridge case, it's going to have an impression from the firing pin when it hit, and so that information was also documented.
And when you say 22 long, that's a long rifle.
22 long or 22 long rifle, they are different, but they use the same cartridge case.
Now, did you have certain firearms that had been either retrieved from the scene or had been brought to you that you're trying to eliminate or find if they're the ones that had fired that cartridge casing?
Yeah, so initially I looked at 2 bullets, I looked at a fired cartridge case, and there was 1 firearm that was also submitted along with those items. So I compared those items to that 1 firearm initially.
And you said you looked at 2 bullets. Can you tell us what those were or what you looked at?
Those were, well, they're my items 20 and 21. They were bullets that came from the head of the decedent.
Okay. So bullet and bullet fragments that came from Mr. Cooper's head?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 296. Do you recognize what 296 and 97 would be?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they are?
Item 296 is my item 20. There are actually 2 different bullets, 22 caliber bullets that were in that item. And then State's item 297 is my item 21. 21 is some tiny little fragments of lead that were, in this case, they were unsuitable. They just didn't have any information on them. But an additional fragments that also came from the head as well.
And your lab is also attached to the State Medical Examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you examine, first I'll move to admit 296 and 297.
Any objection to 296 or 297?
No, Your Honor.
296 and 297 are then admitted.
You observed, thank you. You observed 296 and 97. Can you describe to the jury what the characteristics or what you observed in this, what has been admitted as 296 and 97?
Yeah, so I kind of talked about 297. Again, it's just tiny little fragments that were unsuitable. There's no rifling information. I couldn't get a caliber, nothing. It's just very, very small fragments of lead that were of no value. The other item, 296, my item 20, there's actually 2 different bullets in there, 2 fired bullets. And so those 2 items are the ones that I looked at. Take the information, rifling information off of those. I weighed them, looked at the composition, all of that. They were very similar to one another, had the same type of rifling on them. Again, 22 caliber bullets coming from a 22 caliber firearm of some sort.
Were they in a damaged condition or what was their physical condition?
Yeah, I took photographs of them as well, but yes, they were flattened, or the nose, front end of the bullet was flattened quite a bit, kind of mushroomed out. So they were distorted and damaged from impact, and that's pretty normal when a bullet hits something very hard, especially something like this bullet. These bullets, again, are made out of lead. Lead is very soft, so when it hits something hard, it tends to smash and become much more distorted than a copper-jacketed bullet or a brass-jacketed bullet that we will see in other types of ammunition. So not unusual that it was flattened and distorted, but it still had a little bit of rifling information there that I could base some information on.
When you compared the cartridge casing, did you have some firearms then that you tested to see if they were consistent with the cartridge casing that you found, that was found at the scene?
Yeah, so I looked at the bullets, again, compared them to one another. I gave some investigators some information about the gun that they were looking for. There was one firearm that was submitted with these items. It was a Savage rifle that I believe was found at the scene. So I compared these items to that rifle, and that rifle was eliminated as the firearm that was used to fire these items.
And when you say at the scene, fair enough to say it wasn't at the scene where Mr. Cooper was dead, but in that home in Traer.
Yeah, I meant in general. I think it may have been found in another building or something, but it was part of that original search that was done. There was a .22 caliber rifle that was found, so they submitted it. I looked at it, but it was not the correct rifle.
In fact, if your report says it was found in the safe in the red garage, will that be fair and accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so this Savage Arms Rascal bolt action 22 was in a safe in the red garage, and you compared it with that casing that was found inside the house or next to the door, and it was not the firearm that had fired that shell casing.
That is correct.
Did you compare another firearm or any other firearm?
Yeah, there were 3 other firearms that were submitted. One about a month later, I think it was a Ruger pistol. And then another year or 2 later, there were 2 additional firearms, another Ruger rifle, and also a Marlin rifle that were submitted. So I looked at all of those firearms as well, compared them to these items, these unknown items, and did a comparison of those items as well.
And what was your findings from comparing these firearms to that cartridge casing that was known?
So those additional firearms were also eliminated as a suspect firearm, so they were not used to fire the bullets or cartridge cases in this incident.
Okay, they were not the firearms that killed Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
When you looked at the casings and the bullet, were you trying to also find, as you've talked about, that you're trying to look at various firearms or trying to talk to your investigators to look for particular firearms? Were you trying to rule or find which firearm could have fired those bullets?
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier, I can look at the cartridge case, look at that rifling information that's on the bullets, measure the dimensions of that rifling information. It can be entered into a computer database. We actually have a couple of different computer databases that we use, and those databases will tell us all of the makes and models of guns that have those specific dimensions in their barrels. So that particular list was actually very long. It was several pages long, hundreds of firearms that had that .22 caliber, 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, the width of the dimensions that I found on all of those hundreds and hundreds of firearms that were on that list. So that list was generated as part of my notes, and also in my report I indicated there is a long list of firearms that could have been used to fire this particular bullet. Hopefully, in some cases, we like to narrow it down so we can say this is the one gun that you're looking for, but unfortunately, the .22 caliber, six right rifling that we found on these bullets is probably the most popular rifling dimensions that we see on .22 caliber rifles. So there are a lot of firearms that have those dimensions, but there was a list that was generated.
Did that list include a Ruger 1022?
Yes, there was a Ruger 1022 that was on the list that I originally generated.
So as part of what you generated and what you're looking for was a possibility of this being that the bullets that killed Ryan Cooper came from a Ruger 1022 long
Yes,
rifle?
that is one possibility, yes.
Okay. Now, how loud is a Ruger 1022 long rifle in a closed, small living room space?
Well, any firearm is going to be extremely loud, especially in a small room. Sound waves are going to bounce off of the walls. You're going to hear it much more loudly, if I can say it that way. So it's going to be kind of the equivalent of a very large firecracker if it were to go off in that room. Every gun is a little bit different. Depends on what's in the room, what the walls are made of, what furniture is in there. So it's a little different for every scene, but it's going to be extremely loud.
Okay. But in a wall that's not from, there's no reason to believe it's soundproof or anything to that extent, and a small room, in the quiet of the night, it will be a loud sound.
Yes, it will.
And 2 shots from a Ruger 10-22 long rifle would be too loud sounds.
Yeah, you should hear 2 distinct loud pops or loud bangs, if you will, that are coming from those 2 shots that are being fired.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I don't think you were part of any investigation of firearms that were seized in 2024. Is that right?
No, the firearms I looked at were submitted in 2021 and 2023. I remember there were no. I was not working in 2024. I think I mentioned I retired at the end of 2023. Okay. So anything that came into the laboratory in 2024 would have been examined by another individual.
Okay. And when you talk about sound, there are ways of muffling sounds of firearms.
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that can affect whether or not something's loud in any given environment would be if somebody's running a fan or something like that. It would muffle it, at least to them.
Yeah, if there's other sounds in the room that could, it's not going to make the sound of the gun any less, but it's going to kind of drown out what you're trying to hear. Yes.
It's going to obscure your hearing of it, right?
It could,
Yeah.
yes.
And the 22, that's a small caliber bullet.
It is, yes.
And I assume since the projectile that it has to get moving down that barrel is one of the smallest, that the amount of powder that's needed to make that happen is less than larger caliber bullets.
Yes.
And oftentimes the sound is related to that kind of mini explosion that happens in the chamber, right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Anything further?
We just have a minute, Judge.
You may.
Nothing else from the state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
State calls Christian Hart.
Good morning, ma'am. Maybe you just come up and take a seat to my far left, if you would. And that microphone's on. You can adjust it however you'd like. I'm going to swear you in first, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. And for the record, can you please give us your first and last names and spell them for us?
Yes, my name is Kristen, Kristin, Hart, Hart.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Kodiak, whenever you're ready.
You've stated your name. Good morning.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa DCI Crime Laboratory, where I am in the firearms and tool marks section of the lab.
You've just had Vic Merillo come out of the stand. You work with Vic Merillo, correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been with the DCI Crime Lab?
I've been at the crime lab since 2006, in the firearms section since 2017.
Okay. Do you do similar job that Mr. Merillo does?
Yes, I do.
So I'm not going to bore the jury by going through all about firearms anymore. I think they understand that pretty well. In this case, were you in charge of doing firearms examination?
Yes, I was.
When did you get involved in this case?
I got involved 2024, May-ish of 2024.
Okay. When you got involved, were you, Mr. Merillo has testified that he was in the process of trying to find the particular firearm that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper.
Yes.
Was that part of your task to take over and try to determine which firearm had been used to kill Mr. Cooper?
Yes, it was.
Okay. As part of that, did you then examine certain firearms?
I did.
Can you tell us what firearms you examined?
In the first examination, I examined 5 long guns and 1 handgun. In the second examination that I performed, I examined another rifle or long gun.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
I have a copy of the second report, but not the first report.
Okay. Would giving you a copy of your reports help refresh your memory on what you would have examined?
Yes, it would.
Permission to approach?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Do you have a chance to look at your reports and see what you examined?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What were the first items that you examined?
So like we talked about in the report, I've noted here that there was a pistol, a .22 pistol, and then 5 .22 long guns or rifles, and those were examined in the laboratory. I test fired them, and then I compared them to a submitted cartridge case, and the conclusions of that cartridge case are also in that report.
Okay. Now, beginning with that, there was a cartridge case that's now been admitted as State 294. Was that the cartridge case that had been found at the residence where Ryan Cooper was killed?
So in my report, it's lab item number 6, and yes, there was a cartridge case that was submitted for examination.
And as you say, lab item number 6, when the cases come to you, they get a different number. Back at the residence, it was like a placard 5. When it comes over to the lab, you give it a different number to identify it, so it became a 6.
Yes.
And in this courtroom now, we've also given it a number as 294.
Sure.
Okay. Now, when you talked about examining these and ruling out this firearm that as the firearm that fired that cartridge case, correct?
That's correct, in this first report of mine.
Okay. Did you examine other firearms as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did. An additional firearm was submitted, and there was another report that I issued to the comparisons.
Can you tell us the date and what was submitted?
Yes, so on May 31st, my report was issued on May 31st, submitted to the laboratory on May 7th, 2024. There was some items of evidence, including a rifle and the original cartridge case. Additional cartridge cases were also submitted a little bit later, but the findings of that would be in my report, item 13, or report 13, that comparison was done.
Okay. And when you did the comparison, what was your findings?
The microscopic comparisons conducted on the cartridge case from the scene, they were compared to the rifle submitted in report number 13, and the cartridge case was identified as having been fired in that rifle. In my case, that lab item number 49, it was a Ruger 10-22 rifle.
Okay. When did you receive this Ruger 10-22 rifle?
It was received on May 7th, 2024.
Okay. And what kind of testing did you do with this rifle?
So the rifle was brought back to my laboratory where I took notes. I examined the rifle, confirmed that it was in working order, and then once I did confirm working order, I confirmed the serial number. I went ahead and test fired that rifle. I collected the known cartridge cases and known bullets from that rifle because I was able to collect those from our laboratory, knowing those came from the rifle. Now I can use them as known samples. And then once I had those known samples, I was able to use those on the microscope, the comparison microscope, which I'm assuming you guys might have talked about already, where we're comparing test-fired cartridge cases to the unknown cartridge case, and that's where the conclusion was made.
What conclusion did you make?
Again, that that cartridge case was fired from that firearm.
Okay, so to be clear with the jury, you finally were able to determine that what had been at the resident as placard 5 came to the lab and became number 6, and now was 294, was fired from that gun.
That's correct.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been admitted into evidence as 298. Just for all purposes, it's secure. Will you tell the jury what 298 is?
So this is a Ruger 1022, model 1022, 22 long rifle, long gun or rifle, and the serial number on this particular firearm is 0003-61269. So this is the rifle that I examined and test fired in my laboratory.
And is this the same rifle that you identified as the one that had fired those bullets and left a casing that was found and the bullets that had killed Mr. Cooper?
This rifle was compared to the cartridge case, yes.
Okay. And you determined that it's the same that had done that?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the comparison. Can you just tell the jury in terms of the science and if it might aid you to show you your pictures on what you use to, how you do the comparison?
So we talked a little bit about the comparison microscope. So in the case of examination of the test-fired cartridge cases, we use a comparison microscope in which we have 2 stages. We're able to use one eyepiece, and we can examine the cartridge cases across that one eyepiece. So on the left stage, I have the test-fired cartridge cases from this particular rifle. On the right, I have the cartridge case from the scene. I use that singular the set of eyepieces. I'm able to compare the markings that are left by this firearm on the test-fired cartridge case to the markings that are on the sample from the scene, and take photographs, and then conclude that that cartridge case had been fired from this particular firearm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for the purposes of identification as State Exhibit 276 through 285. Do you recognize what I've handed you as 276 through 285?
I do, yes.
Those pictures that you took as part of your testing for this firearm to determine if it was the exact firearm that had been used to fire those bullets that killed Mr. Cooper?
This is a combination of photos of my first report and my second report, including the comparison photos that I took.
Okay. They're fair and accurate of what you did as part of your analysis?
Yes.
We move to publish 276 through 285.
Do you want to offer them first?
Oh, we move to admit them into evidence.
Mr. Hawbaker, any objection?
We have no objection.
All right. Then 276 through 285 are admitted, and we will now publish them. Okay.
Are you able to see that clearly, Ms. Hart?
I am.
Okay. Can you tell us what we see on what's been admitted as 276?
Yes, I can. So to start, what you're looking at here is what I would see through my comparison microscope. So I'm using a set of eyepieces, as I talked about, and on the left, you have an image, and on the right, we have an image. So I have two stages, I have two spots to put two different cartridge cases. In this particular photo, we're referring to report 11. So we see my lab item 38 down the bottom left-hand corner. That's the test fires from the item 38, or the rifle, that was submitted. And that on the right side is the cartridge case that was collected from the scene. In this particular photo, you're definitely seeing that there is a difference in the firing pin strike, which is at the 3 o'clock position on that cartridge case. On the left, we have a very narrow rectangular strike. On the right, we have a more typical square rectangle shape firing pin impression. So that's just showing what two different firing pins will look like. This is an exclusion. These are two different class characteristics. So we're seeing two different shaped firing pins. And so that's referring to that report 11 where that firearm was eliminated as having fired that cartridge case on the right-hand side.
Okay. So here you're doing the elimination. This is not the one. You're saying, nope, this is not it.
Correct.
Okay. And that's how part of the science works, is you can do that microscopic comparison.
That is correct.
What do we see on 277?
So again, on the left side, we have a different test fire from a different rifle, again from that report number 11. Item 39 is actually another rifle. So you're seeing, again, that rectangular shaped firing pin. However, you can tell there's a different shape. That firing pin's a completely different shape from the firing pin impression on the right-hand side, again at that 3 o'clock position. So again, it's a class characteristic that's different, and therefore there's an elimination.
Move to 278.
Again, another test-fired cartridge case on the left, and this is a very distinct, different marking left behind by that firearm. On the left-hand side, that firing pin and that cartridge is moving around in that chamber. So you see some shearing there on the left. That's what that big kind of oval-shaped reflective area is. Versus the evidence on the right-hand side. So again, this is another elimination.
And that elimination is every firearm kind of leaves a fingerprint, so you can tell which prints were taken, if I use normal layman's understanding of fingerprints.
Yes. Okay.
What do we see on 279?
So now this is a picture of item 49, and this is found in report 13. This is the Ruger 1022 rifle that I just showed you a little bit ago. The firing pin impression on the left from the test-fired cartridge case from that rifle has very similar characteristics from this view. Now this is a blown-out view. This is a zoomed-out, distant view, an overall picture of that cartridge case, and so you can start to see, if I refer you to the top 12 o'clock, actually 11 o'clock position, we've got the ejector, we've got a mark in that top top left corner, and then you work your way around to the 3 o'clock position, and that firing pin shape and the marks that are in that firing pin are consistent with each other. And from this position here, this overall, just gives you a general view. I'll take additional photographs of that breech face marks, of the breech face marks, of the ejector marks, of the firing pin impression. So that's what you're going to see in the subsequent photos.
I'm going to hand you a pointer so that you can just clarify what you say during special testimonies.
Thank you. So I was referring to that 11 o'clock position, these marks here and here, and then that firing pin impression here at the 3 o'clock position. And then there's also some breech face marks, but again, we'll look at those in closer magnification. So this would be the firearm that I identified the cartridge case as having been fired from.
What do we see on State Exhibit 280?
So this is actually kind of turning the cartridge case around on my scope. So instead of the previous photo, which we're looking at the head stamp area of that cartridge case, now we've turned it on its side and we're looking at the chamber marks from the inside of that chamber of that firearm. So again, these are stria, these scratches that go across. This black line is the line of demarcation. So on the left is the left stage of my microscope over here, and the right side of that line is the right stage. So I've got that cartridge case turned horizontally, and I can see these marks that are left from the inside of the chamber. And so you can start at the top and you kind of work your way down, and you can see how these lines here align across that line of demarcation. It's just another mark, another spot within that chamber that helps to identify that cartridge case as having been fired from that firearm.
What do we see on 281?
So this is a cast. So when we are dealing with cartridge cases, we use some casting material. It's kind of like an epoxy. It mixes together, and we're able to apply that to the head stamp. We can pull that casting material off, and it's going to give us a mirror image, if you will, kind of like silly putty. When you pull silly putty off of a newspaper, you'd have that silly putty would leave the newspaper on its surface, and you can read it backwards. That's the same thing that's happening here with that casting material. So now we're able to see what's down, and this is the firing pin impression. So now we're able to see what's at the bottom of that firing pin impression. And again, across, test fire on the left, evidence on the right, and you can start to see these marks here, these impression marks here, and there's some marks down here that we're looking at, come around here. Those are the marks that I used to identify, again, that this cartridge case was fired in this particular rifle.
What do we see on 282?
This, if you remember from that overall picture at that 11 o'clock position, this is the ejector mark that we have on the breech face. And again, shape, we've got the shape and then the small little impressions here. These are what we refer to as, again, individual characteristics, and they line up across both sides of that of that screen, indicating again that identification.
Again, indicating that this is the firearm that fired that casing that was found inside that living room in Tyrell.
That's correct.
What do we see on 283?
This is just one additional mark, an extractor mark that was found on the breech face or the head stamp area of that cartridge case. Again, just these are photos that are taking pictures of the individual characteristics that I am seeing in regards to supporting my conclusion.
Again, same conclusion, that it's the same firearm.
That's correct.
What do we see on 284?
One more mark that we're seeing on that head stamp from the breech face of that firearm. We're just seeing some marks here that align that I saw on both sides again of that firearm and the test fire.
And on 285?
Just a different view of that.
Okay. So your conclusion within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty is that's the same firearm that was used to kill Mr. Cooper?
To the cartridge case that was found at the scene.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, Judge, we can take it down. When you examined this firearm, the Ruger, did you find it to have a muffler?
No, it did
What
not
is
have
a-
a suppressor.
Yeah, what is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
A suppressor just acts to suppress the sound of the shot being fired.
There's no suppressor on this firearm.
That's correct.
The bullets that were found or retrieved from the body or the head of Mr. Cooper, were you at some point, did you have a chance to try to make a comparison of those bullets as to whether they came from this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And what was your findings in that regard?
In this particular instance, the bullets were in poor condition. The rifling information that was located on the bullets compared to the bullets that I captured from the rifle, so the test-fired bullets, unfortunately, I did not have enough individual characteristics to make a conclusion in regards to an identification or an elimination. In this particular case, it was an inconclusive result. It had similar rifling characteristics, so the shape and the size and the number of lands and grooves that were present did align between the unknown bullets and the test-fired bullets. However, there wasn't enough information to go any further than that.
And when you say poor condition, what do you mean? Is that they were damaged and you're unable to use them because of the damage they didn't cut?
They were damaged. The 22 bullets are lead bullets, so they're very soft, so they tend to, one, damage easy, and two, they don't usually have great individual characteristics that are captured from the rifling information inside that barrel. And so in this case, they just lacked the individual characteristics, those small marks, to make any type of conclusion.
And when you talk of the damage, like I said, they were retrieved and have been admitted as 296. 296, they were damaged. Will the damage be when they pierce through skin and meet bone on the face of Mr. Cooper that could cause the kind of damage that you're talking about?
Yes, it could.
Talk of this firearm. When this firearm is fired, as you said, you didn't find it having a muffler when you tested it. What kind of sound, will it make a loud sound when this firearm is fired, especially in a small, closed quarters of a house?
Yes, it would.
Now, did you find this firearm to be in good working condition?
Yes, it worked properly for me in test firing it.
And when you say that, can you just explain what that means?
Again, we go through the firearm, we take notes, we make sure it's in functioning order. It did not malfunction in any way. When I pulled the trigger to the rear, it functioned as I would expect a rifle to function. When I test fired it, I didn't have any issues with misfires or anything like that.
Okay. Now, again, it sounds like a silly question, but to use this firearm, you would have to hold it.
That's correct.
It has a trigger function.
It does.
Can you tell the jury what that is and how that applies, how you fire this firearm?
Sure. The trigger must be depressed to the rear to release the firing pin, so that the trigger has to be depressed with each round fired as a semi-automatic. So with each pull of the trigger, a round is fired.
So when you say that, when this firearm, we've had evidence that Mr. Cooper was shot twice on his face. For that to happen, will someone have had to pull the trigger on two separate occasions?
Yes.
And this firearm will not just go off by itself. Someone would have had to hold it, point it, pull the trigger 2 times for it to make those 2 shots on Mr. Cooper's face.
The trigger has to be depressed to the rear. As for holding, it could be sitting on a table and the trigger could be depressed to the rear. So, but the trigger has to be pulled to the rear.
And just to clarify that, the firearm won't go off by itself. It just won't do that from what you tested and found it to be in good working condition.
Correct.
I have no further question for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Hardbaker?
None from us, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Do you have another witness this morning? Okay, well, let's get started and go till lunch once she's here. If anybody wants to stand up and stretch while we're waiting a minute, go ahead. All right, let's all go ahead and have a seat.
The state recalls Brenda Reinhardt.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and just for the record again, just give us your name.
My name is Brenda Reinhardt, Reinhard.
Mr. Kodiaga?
Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've recalled you. You were here yesterday. Your testimony yesterday had covered DNA and tests that you've done in this particular case.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of this investigation, did you also have a chance to examine a rifle, a 1022 Ruger rifle with serial number 003-61269?
Yes, I do remember that rifle. I would have to look at my notes to confirm the serial number, but yes.
Will it help to look at your notes to just confirm that serial number?
Yes, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And I also have a copy of your report if you want me to give you that.
Yes, it was 003-61269.
Do you remember when you would have examined this rifle for DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us when you examined it?
I examined it in December 17th of 2024.
And permission to approach?
You may.
Show you what's been admitted as state exhibit 298. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Ms. Reinhardt, is that the same weapon that you examined?
Yes, it is. It also has the Iowa Crime Lab
orange sticker on here that was on there that is, when it's brought into the lab, that's placed on there.
When you examined this item, what were you examining it for?
So normally when we get in firearms, the lab, we will swab the rough areas of the gun. And on this particular firearm, it is very smooth. So a lot of times we look at the grip or even the forearm might have some rough areas, but it was all smooth. So the rough areas that I swabbed would have been the safety, which is on the other side over here. So that's a rough area. I also looked at the charging handle, which is right here. And then I also swabbed the trigger. And I also took additional swabs. So I did take from a smooth area, which there was no latent print examination on it. So I did take from the stock area, which would be this area where I would hold the gun, and then also the forearm. So this entire area I also took swabs of as well.
You described it as having a lot of smooth areas. Does that cause problems for you in terms of getting good material from it?
Yeah, typically rough areas are a better source for DNA because they do have those grooves that DNA can get into. And sometimes there's latent print examinations, so we do leave most of the smooth surfaces for them as well.
Okay. When you looked for swab for DNA from this rifle, were you able to find or get detect factors that were sufficient for you to test?
No. Of the 3 sets of swabs that I looked at, they were either 2 week for conclusive interpretation, or there was some, excuse me, let me look really quick. Yeah, in all 3 of them, the DNA factors detected from the swab of the safety, charging handle, and the magazine release were 2 week for conclusive interpretation. And then the swabs of the trigger was 2 week. And the DNA factors from the swabs of that forearm, and the forearm right here, and then the stock area was also 2 week for conclusive interpretation.
And in layman terms, what does that mean?
There's just too little DNA, so I couldn't tell, even if you had a known sample that was brought into the lab, I have nothing for comparisons, too little or too weak.
So even if you have Houston Denker's DNA at that time, or the defendant's DNA at that time, you cannot compare because what you're getting from the firearm is just too weak to be able to say, yes, that's Karina Cooper touched it or Houston Denker touched it.
Correct.
And fair enough to say, you talked about this yesterday, but just to highlight that to the jury, what are some of the reasons why you can't find, why you end up at a result of 2 week for interpretation?
It depends on how often or how long an individual has touched or handled a gun. I know if you're a gun enthusiast, you might clean your gun a lot, so it could have been wiped off, it could have been cleaned, gloves could also be worn, and smooth surfaces, that's also another area. But yeah, guns, we don't really get great DNA results depending on how it was handled.
Okay, and by the time you're testing this gun, it's sometimes in 2024?
Yes, it was 2024 when I examined the gun.
So time has passed from when this gun was suspected to have been used in the killing back in 21 to 24. So this passage of time to people handling it, to cleaning it, to all those factors will lead to the results of 2 week for conclusive interpretation.
Yes, I don't know how it was handled between those times.
I'll retrieve the weapon and then I'll have another question.
Mr. Hawbaker, any cross-examination?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And my understanding, Mr. Kodiaga, was that's it before lunch. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. Got 7 witnesses done this morning, so can't expect the state to have more than that here, so that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to start a little early. You folks coming back and being ready to go by 1:20, does that work? So we start, the same amount of break. Is that going to work from your end? It will. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask that you be back here ready to go by 1:20. I would again remind you of the admonition that I've given you earlier. Again, hit the high points. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Keep an open mind. Don't do any type of research or investigation related to this case on your own. And avoid any media accounts and social media commentary or accounts related to this case as well. So with that, have a good lunch, everyone.
All right. Yep. So we're getting ready to switch over to something else. There's another trial that was started that I think it'll be pretty cool to see what's going on with that one. Where did it go? I feel like they may have rescheduled it or something because it was on Law and Crime and it was on Court TV, but now it's not on here. And it was like the bloody somebody's murder. The college students strangling trial is still going on. But I do think that they're saying that the gun belonged to Houston. They had his friend come up and get on the stand and testify to the fact that Houston gave him a bunch of guns. And then they testified to somebody going to go get them guns. Somebody got on the stand and said, "Yeah, I went and got them." And then we went straight into ballistics. So if they're trying to catch somebody who wasn't paying attention on the jury, and the guns didn't belong to Houston, they might think what I think right now. But yeah, it's kind of what happened, where we are. But I'm going to jump back over to the strangulation trial. Better audio today. Much better audio today than we've had. So in the past,
And did you do that? And did you plot those locations on a map?
I did.
Your Honor, it's already up on the screen. You can see it on your screen, I think. It's showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a map of the locations from that night.
And would you mind, Your Honor, the state would offer States Exhibit 18 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 18 is admitted, and it appears to already be published. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if it's okay for the witness to approach the screen.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just orient the court to, and you might want to stand on the other side so Judge McKeever can see it. Is that better, Judge? Orient the court to what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this is going to be north, south, that's east, west. This is Capitol Street right here. This is the IMU bridge. This is, to correct this, it's not the Hampshire footbridge, this is the IMU footbridge, and that's the Hampshire footbridge up there.
Okay. And can you go through and, so what are the red dots there?
Those are different locations that the phone pinged off of to show where he was going.
And so there are some places where it's not just one red dot, but it looks like there's, for lack of a better term, a blob of red dots. What does that mean?
That's just multiple locations that are in that same area.
And could you point towards just what the path was in terms of the cell phone data that Mr. Eunice took that night?
Of course. So this doesn't have a timestamp on it, but this is actually Burge Hall here. This is the starting point from what I pulled locations from. Then he continued north here on North Capitol Street, up here to this is Slater Hall. Continued north up here into the woods, then went west on the Hampshire footbridge, and then came south in this trail right here, went behind the Stanley Museum of Art building, then behind right here, and continued behind the building near the Iowa River Trail, and then went over here, which then continued west, which, as you can see, is the Art Building West area. Right here in front, there's a little trail going, so continued there, which goes through the pond area, then went up here near the parking lot area, then around, and this is at 2217, he was behind the building, then came back over, and then you can see that continued east, went back up, north, here, north up here, and then continued back south, where then he went over east on the IMU bridge over this way.
Thank you. You can sit down. And so the location started about 10 o'clock or 2200?
Correct.
And they end at around 2245 in terms of what you plotted?
Yes.
And did you also examine the phone for phone calls?
I did.
And were there any phone calls of note during that time period?
Yeah, there was a call to Lima that was only 4 seconds. After that, there was a call to Maria Ortiz, and there's a couple phone calls to her.
And was that at the end or the beginning of the path?
The end of the path.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Is it detective?
Yes.
Detective Ford. I just want to clarify, do you have your exhibit on there?
I do.
So that so that you don't necessarily it looks like you've got the phone being located at 2202 up at the top of your exhibit. That's the Hampshire footbridge, correct?
Yes.
And then I think your testimony is that the phone moves down to 2220. Actually,
that's when he goes back up.
Yeah, that's my question. The next one that you plotted is down, I think it's 2208 behind the Hart building?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So, I mean, from your exhibit, one could assume that this phone and who had the phone was traveling down that path, right? But on your exhibit, there's no plot between 2208 and 2202. Is that right?
There's the one circular plot right above north of 2220 that just doesn't have a timestamp on it.
Oh, okay. And, I'm sorry, where is that one? Can you?
Yeah, so you see where it says 2220, where the most, I guess, the northern point between the Hampshire Bridge and that, there's just a circle there with no pin or, you want me to come show you?
Is it right above where it says 222031 between
Yes.
Stanley Museum of Art and Theater Building?
It is just north of that, yeah, between, yeah, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that the pin is, the yellow pin is the 2220 between Stanley Museum of Art and Theater Building?
Correct.
And that circle is just, what is the circle then if it doesn't have a label?
It's a location also. So not every single point on here does have a timestamp. It's just the key points between.
And if your circle doesn't have a stamp, does this exhibit at least tell you whether that is closer to 2202 or closer to 2220?
Not on here, but I do have a timeline, and then my report also states all the timestamps.
All right, and then you got 2208 behind the art building, and then your next plot after that is 2213, and now we're over to the left side of your exhibit, over toward Art Building West, is that correct?
Yes, and we're on the southern side of the art building.
Okay, all right. And then later, you have the phone crossing the bridge to the bottom of your exhibit, which you have corrected, on the exhibit it says Hansher, but that's actually the IMU bridge, right?
Yes.
And so you've got the phone plotted on the IMU bridge at 2225, and then making it across to the east side of the river at 2228 and 2230. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Were there any times that phone was located at Art Building West prior to this time period that's plotted?
Yeah, so in the early hours of April 24th, it was around, I think, 2:45 to 3 in the morning.
And you plotted the phone at Art Building West at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Second, what you were just asked, that was the day before?
Yes.
Like not the night of the incident, but the previous morning?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Next witness.
The state calls Josh Lubbock.
All right, come on in. The witness stand is to my left. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
Yes.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you'll obviously be asked questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone in response to the questions. Go ahead.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Joshua Kyle Lovick, Joshua KyleLovik.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what do you do for the University of Iowa Police Department?
Currently, I am a sergeant in charge of special events.
And can you describe your education and training for that position?
Yeah, I have a 4-year degree from the University of Iowa. As well, in 2014, I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, and since then I've had additional training opportunities to include sex assault investigations, interview and interrogation, as well as crime scene investigations.
And how long have you been at the University of Iowa Police Department?
Since April of 2014.
In April of 2022, were you employed there?
Yes, I was.
And what role or position did you have at that time?
At that time, I was a detective assigned to the investigations unit.
At some point on April 25th of 2022, were you made aware of an investigation at the Art Building West?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us when you first became involved with that investigation?
I first became aware of the investigation on the evening of April 25th because of the Hawk Alert. At that time, I called the on-duty supervisor to see if I would be needed, and at that time I was told no, so I went to bed and woke up and went into work, and that's when I was notified that we would be needed for the investigation.
So Detective Lubbock, we've heard, or Sergeant Lubbock, excuse me, we've heard some discussion about Hawk Alerts in the past. Were you signed up to receive those alerts?
Yes, I was.
And seeing that it was an alert involving the university, that prompted you to call and ask if your assistance was needed?
Correct.
And do you recall if the Hawk Alert at that time, did you observe any photographs of a suspect or just a description?
No photographs, just a description.
Once you went into work the following day, can you tell us what the next step was in your involvement in this investigation?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tyrell notified me of the investigation and what he and Detective Cooper had done at that point. And then around approximately 8:15, 8:20, Lieutenant Tyrell informed me that they had a person of interest identified and that we were going to go try to locate that person.
And who was that person of interest?
Ali Jonas,
And where did you go to first attempt to locate him?
Birch Hall.
Did you speak with or find Mr. Yunus at Birch Hall?
We did not.
And what did you do next?
We waited outside of his dorm room and requested that maintenance come and change the lock to secure the room for a potential search warrant.
And what did you do after that?
We waited for maintenance, and once, while we were waiting, Ali's roommate arrived, and I talked to him briefly.
And do you recall who his roommate was at that time?
Carson Kirby.
And after speaking with Mr. Kirby, did you gain any further information on where Mr. Yunus might be?
We did.
And what information did you determine at that point?
He shared with us that Ali was involved with a woman named Maria, and that he didn't have a last name, but while I was just talking with Ali, Lieutenant Tyrell was doing further investigation and potentially identified Maria.
And were you ultimately able to identify Maria?
Correct.
And do you recall her full name?
Maria Ortiz.
And were you able to determine where Miss Ortiz resided?
We were.
Do you recall where that was?
629 South Johnson Street, apartment number 1.
And once you were able to make that determination, what was your next steps in the investigation?
Once we were able to get the lock changed at Birch Hall and secure that room, we left Birch Hall and made our way to 629 South Johnson Street.
Did you encounter anyone at the apartment at 629 South Johnson Street?
We did.
And who did you encounter there?
Maria Ortiz answered the door.
Did you notice anything when Miss Ortiz entered the door?
I did.
And what was that?
As she was standing in the doorway with the door open, there was a jacket or coat hanging from a chair that matched the description of the person of interest from the video that I had seen.
And at that point, you had an opportunity to review any surveillance video that other detectives may have gathered at that point.
That's correct.
Did the jacket that you've just described, did that match the video surveillance that you had seen?
Yes, it did.
Do you recall what that coat looked like?
It was a red, white, and blue puffer-style jacket or coat with horizontal stripes.
And after you made that observation, did you do anything further, or did you locate Mr. Yunus at that time?
Yeah, I asked Maria Ortiz if Ali was there, and she confirmed he was, and I requested that she go get him and have him come to the door.
And was Mr. Yunus in that residence?
Yes, he was.
And after you asked him to come out, what was your next step?
Ali began to speak with Lieutenant Tyrell while I spoke with Maria.
And at some point, did you transport Ali Yunus to another location?
I did not, but an Iowa City police officer did, yes.
And where was he taken?
He was transported to the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what was the purpose in transporting him there?
To interview him.
And who conducted that interview?
I did.
And with this, what date was this that you conducted the interview?
It was the next day, April 26th.
Sergeant Levick, are you aware of that the interview room has any camera recording equipment?
Yes.
And are you aware if cameras did in fact record the entirety of that interview?
Yes, they did.
And have you had an opportunity to review that interview video?
I have.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Mr. Yunus at that time?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 19.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. At some point, my understanding is this exhibit will be offered in full, and I would like to make just a bit of record to guide the court as to the portions of it that may not be played here in court.
All right. Counsel, did you want to publish at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, and as Mr. Powell said, I intend to publish only portions of the exhibit at this time.
Okay. I'll just leave your laptop plugged in so you can, are you going to play it from your laptop?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, whenever you're ready.
And Sergeant Lozick, does this appear to be the surveillance recording of that interview?
Yes, it does.
For the record evidence in the video about 29 minutes and 20 seconds.
So I went to the gym. I probably came back and ate, and then I was studying. But I'm pretty sure that Maria came and picked me up.
Okay, after you're studying? What time was that at that Maria picked you up? Roughly.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe like 9:30.
Where'd she pick you up at?
Bird. Probably like the front bridge. That's where she always comes. There's no more accurate times. She probably knows the times better.
Okay. What do you do after that?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
There's a spot that I had. I was smoke pot too. I went there too.
Where's that at?
Do you know the president's house?
Mm-hmm.
Right behind him, you know the greenery area?
Kind of like by the river?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, there.
Okay, so you go down there?
Yeah.
Is it like you take that sidewalk that's between the river and the president's house, and you like walk down that sidewalk and then you can either go over a bridge or you can walk into the green space?
Yeah.
You're talking that green space?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went and smoked some weed down there? What time was that at?
I usually go at night.
Was that before or after Maria picked you up?
Yesterday I went during the day because Maria picks me up and I have to go there during the night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So was it before Maria?
Yeah, maybe it was like at 4 or something.
Okay. But no later than that?
Yeah.
How certain are you?
I'm like 100% certain.
That you weren't there any later than 4?
Yeah. 4 or 5.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's go from there. So at 5 o'clock, what'd you do after you smoked some weed?
I probably went back to eat. And then I like to hit the gym when I'm kind of high too, because I can lift just as much. And I feel the muscle contraction a lot more when I do it.
When you after you smoke weed?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you go work out or not? Do you remember? Okay. So at 7 o'clock, after you smoked weed, you went back to your place? You went back to Burge? Okay. What'd you do after that? At 5?
Just studied, and then probably just hang out with Marie after.
Probably, or?
No, yesterday I think. Yeah, yesterday for sure.
So from 5 o'clock until Maria picked you up at 9:30, you just studied? You didn't do anything else? You didn't leave? You didn't go anywhere else between now and then? Okay. Can you remember any other details about your day? Do you remember what you were studying?
Sociology. And I have a paper for history of the Middle East, but I haven't finished that yet. Maria's helping me with that.
Okay. Was Carson in the room at this point last night?
Last night he was there, yeah.
Okay. So then you left at 9:30, went with Maria, and what did you guys do after that?
Went around her house.
Went back to her house?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you guys do at Maria's?
We watched TV. We eat. There's some more stuff, but I don't think that's relevant.
What's that more stuff?
Like we have sex sometimes.
Okay. Did you guys have sex?
Yeah.
What else?
With Maria.
What else did you guys do at Maria's place?
That's it.
Okay. You didn't do anything else? You just hung out, watched TV, had sex. What time did you guys go to bed?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
5.
Like 5 this morning? You went to bed?
Yeah.
So you guys stayed up 5 in the morning, Sunday night into Monday, and then Monday into today, you stayed up till 5 as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, Monday night, I stayed up till like 7. Couldn't sleep at all.
Like Monday morning?
Yeah.
Like you went to bed at 7 o'clock Monday morning, woke up at 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just really slept for 7 hours.
Yeah. And then you woke up, you went to bed at 5 o'clock this morning, woke up and we knocked on the door?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the last time, did you guys smoke at all last night? At Maria's? Okay. And you had smoked before that as well?
Yeah.
All right, can you, so I'm just going to have you go back a little bit, go back to kind of like your Sunday night, Monday morning, and just kind of walk me through that again, okay?
Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yeah. Like what happened on Sunday night?
So me and Maria went to this park, and then I dropped her keys in the water because I was trying to pick her up like this. She had my keys right here, tried to pick her up. She fell, like she was gonna slip, and then I was gonna catch her, but then the keys flew out of my hand. It fell in the river. Still haven't gotten up yet.
Okay.
And then we just went back. We had friends with us, and we drove in their car back to our house, our apartment, to get the keys. And this happened in Porterville. Then we went back to Porterville to look for the keys. I jumped in the water to go get them the first night, but I couldn't stay in. It was way too cold. I'm not used to that cold at all. I had to get out right away. I tried, but I couldn't physically take that cold, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, so you dropped your keys in the car, keys are still in the water, sorry, and then you guys went back out as spares, I take it, and then you guys left.
Yeah.
And then Sunday night, are you hanging out at Maria's house again? Okay, and you stay the night, you go to bed about 5 o'clock in the morning and wake up at 2?
We don't always do that.
No, that's fine, that's fine. I'm just trying to get an idea of what happened that night, right? You woke up at 5, or went to bed at 5, woke up at 2 in the afternoon, and then walk me through your Monday again, yesterday. Walk me through from the time you woke up.
Monday?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. All of yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yesterday. Yesterday, I think I woke up at like 2. And I think I showered. And then I probably ate some food. And then probably went back to my room. Studied. Probably went to the gym too. Probably listened to some music.
Okay.
And then at night I went out, smoked weed.
And that was at what time?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Like 9.
You went and smoked weed at 9?
Yeah.
Okay, you told me you smoked weed at 5. Was it 9 or 5?
It was Sunday, the day before.
Like on Sunday?
Yeah.
So last night you went out and smoked weed at 9 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and where'd you go smoke last night?
I went under the bridge.
What bridge?
Do you know the greenery area?
The what?
The greenery area.
Like by where you usually smoke?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I went under the bridge.
Which one?
The first one. Right by the greenery.
Right by the greenery, like the footbridge?
Yeah.
You went underneath there and smoked?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you smoke with anybody or you smoked by yourself?
No, by myself.
Okay. So this was at 9 o'clock at night, not 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do after that, after you smoked? How long do you think you were out there smoking?
Maybe like an hour.
Okay. And then what?
And I kept going on a walk.
Okay. Tell me about that walk.
I'm just going to tell you the truth, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Because I know what this is about.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
It's about that woman.
Okay. What happened?
She was like, I was smoking weed, you know. I walked through that bridge after I was done. And then I found my chairs. And I saw a bunch of people walk by me, but I was smoking weed. And then I kept going. And I saw this woman that was really far, and there was somebody behind her. I didn't really care. And the only reason I went to buy the chemistry building is because by the art building is because I always go. I go with Maria, there's videos. Yesterday I climbed on that broken tree. Maybe the day before or the day before that. And I played with the ducks. I jumped from the mountain up even. I always go there and I feed the ducks. They have a lot of sesame seed and apple. I always go there. And I saw this dude chasing this woman. And then I kept following him. And then they were so much ahead of me. They were like, it's like the woman was kind of running, and that dude was like behind her, and they were about to turn beside the building, and I was still on the other side. I could barely see him. I came across from the side, from the left, and I saw them too. And then I kept walking. I didn't really think it was a big deal, honestly. I should have ran, to be honest with you. I should have ran right as fast as I could. Go see what happened. Because then I went and I found her and she was passed out on the ground. And I wasn't sure what happened, but I was pretty sure that he hurt her because there was somebody and he wasn't there and she was laying on the ground.
Okay. What did he look like?
I didn't see him.
But you said he was following her?
Yeah.
And you didn't see what he was wearing?
He was wearing like black jeans and he was like 6'2", 6'3". He was a pretty tall guy.
Okay.
And he had like a half white and half red jacket.
Okay. Okay. What else did he look like?
I didn't see his face. None of them turned around.
Okay. Whereabouts did you see him and her?
Where what?
Whereabouts did you start seeing him and her?
When did I start seeing it? Do you know this building that's like right here? And there's a river right here. And there's a bridge right here. Not the one that I go to, not the one by the green area. That one's right here. There's another bridge right here.
Kind of further down by like the IMU?
Yeah. By the chemistry, yeah, by the IMU, yeah. To the left, to the right of the IMU.
Yep, by the IMU.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going there, and I just passed that building to the right. Seen that old building.
Okay.
I've never been there, but it looks pretty old, and I really wanted to go in there because I like old stuff, but I wanted to go in there. Okay. And that's when I saw them. They were about to turn.
Okay, so you saw her like at that bridge?
No, that's where I was. I was like right after that bridge. I was right by the old building, and they were like all the way there.
Okay, on the other side of the river?
Yeah.
Okay, and so like you were on this side of the river?
Yeah.
And she was on this side of the river?
No, it's not that. If you have a map, I can show you. Or I can draw it.
You want to draw it for me?
Yeah. Let's see. This is a river. This is where I smoked the pot. And there's a river right here. And there's this other bridge right here. That's where I smoked pot. That's my side. That's like the Birch Hall side. And
So-
that's our building side.
So this is a bridge and this is a bridge?
Yeah.
Okay, you smoked weed there?
Yeah.
Okay, and where's like the president's house? Since we're talking about that. Okay, and then where's Birch Hall?
Oh, the president's house must be right there.
Okay, and then where's Birch Hall?
Birch Hall. Yeah, we'll be somewhere here.
Okay, and you smoked weed at this one?
Yeah.
That's closer to Birch Hall?
Yeah.
And then this is the one down by the IMU?
Yeah.
Okay, do you just want to write like Birch Hall right there for me?
And this, president's house.
And if you just want to like, since this is the river, right? You just want to label that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so this is the bridge, and then where's the IMU in relation to this? Or that, you mentioned an old art building you walked by?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Okay, so that's my spot. That should be right here. So after the bridge got out, it was right here.
So that's like the old art building?
Is it?
Is that what you're talking about? Or the theater building, or, you're talking about some older building?
Yeah.
So there's like, okay. On the other side of the river, from where you smoked weed and like from where birds are?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right here.
Okay. And so where were you at?
I was like right here. Okay. And this is our building.
Sure. Yep.
This is a walkway. This is like the water.
Yep.
That's like whatever trees. They were like the beginning of it, and everything happened right here.
Okay. What happened right there?
I'm not sure what happened right there. That's what I didn't know, and that's what I got scared of.
Why'd you get scared?
I was super high last night, and I saw her, and I freaked out.
Okay. What happened here?
I took her earrings. And that's why I freaked out.
What'd you do with them?
I took them and I wanted to give them back. I was like, this is stupid and pointless. I wanted to give them back. But right when I wanted to, I looked at the app and I saw those girls, and I got scared, and I was like, I wanted to call 911, but I didn't want to get involved. Especially because I was Middle Eastern too. I figured people in my high school were racist, and I was scared I'm gonna be blamed right away.
What'd you do with the earrings?
I have them.
Where are they at?
Maria's house. I can bring them to you guys.
Whereabouts are they at Maria's house?
They're in so if you go in the bathroom, you can write them down if you want.
You're fine, go ahead.
They're in the bathroom. You open the middle window, you open the floss.
I'm just gonna write that down. Okay.
And then the floss bottle.
Bathroom?
Yeah.
Like in the cabinet? The mirror, is it like a mirror cabinet?
Yeah, middle one.
Middle mirror cabinet, and they're in a what? A floss?
Yeah.
Like a floss container?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I did some things wrong. I shouldn't have taken these earrings, and smoking weed is also wrong because it's against the law. But morally, I don't think it's wrong. But stealing the earrings is morally wrong. And I'm really sorry.
Tell me what happened to that girl.
prediction is, to be honest with you, is that somebody that, I don't know if they knew her or not, but I think it was a robbery.
Ali, tell me what happened to that girl.
I don't know what happened to that girl. He must have choked her or snapped her neck. I don't know. She was laying there. And she was looking kind of purple. And I was scared. I don't like blood. I hate blood.
Did you see blood?
No, I didn't see blood, but I figured she was attacked. I think somebody had to have attacked her.
What'd you do to her, Ali?
I didn't touch her. I just touched her earrings. I shouldn't have taken them. From the road, I wanted to get someone. I was like, this is so wrong. Fuck it. Fuck the earrings. That's what I'm telling you. I couldn't understand anything with the earrings.
Yeah, I want to know what happened to that girl.
She choked her neck snapped.
Ali, you and I both know that's not what happened. Tell me what happened to that girl. You do know. You seem like a good guy. You seem like a good dude. Okay? I can tell this is weighing on you, man. Alright? I can tell. Okay? Sometimes we do things that we regret, and it doesn't represent who we are. I understand that. Okay? I think something happened last night. You already told me that you were super high. And sometimes we do things when we're super high or we're drunk or whatever it may be that isn't who we are. But we still did them, and we got to live with it. Right? We got to take responsibility for our actions. We got to own it. All right? You already owned that you took her earrings. Okay? What did you do to her? Tell me what you did. Think of your little sister. Think if somebody did that to her. What happened? You're out smoking weed, right? Under the bridge? Okay. And then what happened after that? Walk me through it. Walk me through how we got over here, okay? Walk me through how we got from here to over here. Where did you first see her? Was that before or after you crossed the bridge? Before?
No, I crossed the bridge first.
Okay. So where were you? So you smoked weed over here, and based on your drawing, you crossed the river to the west side, to the side that our building's on, and then you walk down towards the IMU Bridge. Okay, and then you're right here. And where was she at? Where was that girl at? She was down there on the other side of the river. And which way was she walking? She was walking towards you? Okay.
When I was like right here.
Okay, and then, so then what did you do when you got here?
So I was kind of bored, and then I started going, but I went in front of her, and I was sat right here. I was scared. I was trying to light off some weed.
So you went and sat in these chairs?
Yeah.
And you waited for her?
No. I was in front of her.
You were in front of her?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened? So you walked across the bridge, and then you came back?
Yeah.
And she was here the whole time?
She was, when I was right here, she was probably somewhere here.
Okay. And then when did you go sit down and try to light up some more weed?
When I went down here.
Okay.
To the left, and the same person that walked to that here.
And where was she at?
She was behind me when I walked back. I saw her trying coming in, and I didn't want to walk behind her, not scare her. So I was like, I want to go over there and still smoke some more weed. And I didn't want to go back to Bird, so I was like, I want to go back, and I was planning on going back to like just chill somewhere. And this must be a different thing. I think I've left this right at least like I sat in the chair. I wanted to smoke some because I think this whole thing is twisted. I think this is my weak spot. I think this is where the art building is.
Okay.
If you guys know that, we can tell.
No, that's fine. So you met her on the bridge. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. And then when you saw her, then you followed her?
I didn't follow her.
Or she followed you?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me then what happened over here. How did you get over here, Holly?
When I went there, I was kind of bored. I wanted to go look at the ducks. I know where their place is right here. You can go check their nest is right here.
Okay.
And they had a lot of eggs.
Okay.
So I went there. I wanted to go there, and I saw this woman and this man, and they got really suspicious. It was weird. And I was way far, but I didn't care. I didn't really care, to be honest with you. I was like, what if this could be someone like my mom or sister? I didn't want to go check.
What happened to that girl?
She got choked. I bet saw mark on her neck too.
Holly, what did you do to her?
I didn't do anything.
Holly, like I said, man, I think you're a good person. I think you're a good human being. Sometimes you make mistakes. Right? Even good people screw up. We fuck up. Right? What happened to that girl?
Why are you going to cry?
What's that?
Why are you going to cry?
I'm not gonna cry.
I was wondering.
No. Can you tell me what happened to that girl?
Probably got choked. Is she dead?
What happened to her?
She got choked.
What did you do after those two girls showed up?
I wanted to call the cops, but I didn't want to get involved.
Why not?
Because of this.
Because of what?
You would never believe it.
I want to know what happened to that girl.
I choked. Anybody could have. The report said Caucasian male with brown hair.
Holly.
Because they saw him. I didn't see his face.
Holly. There are cameras in the area. There are cameras all over campus.
I was walking. They saw me walking.
We have cameras all over campus. Okay?
I know.
Yeah, you know. All right. We didn't just come find you by accident. All right? Sometimes we make mistakes. We gotta live with them. We gotta come clean. We all make mistakes, man. Think if somebody did that to your little sister, or your mom, or your girlfriend.
Be terrible. I just don't do it to other people's. you and I both know that's not how it happened. I want to know how it happened. Okay? I told you how it happened. There's nothing else you can say. Did you have your phone with you that night? My phone was dead. How'd you get a hold of Maria? I told her. But your phone was dead. It died after I was looking. I was looking the whole time. I don't have anything with the location on. That's not what I'm asking. Well, even if I did, it wasn't there. I told you. Why did you pick her? Did she say something as you guys walked by each other? No, it doesn't. Then what happened? What happened is that somebody choked her. And I could have gotten away with a few thousand because the earrings are diamond, but I told you about it because I just want to get out of this thing. I didn't want to get involved because I knew this was going to happen. And I have the earrings and I can give them to you. Why'd you take the earrings? Because I figured they were worth a lot of money. But you had your phone on you. Yeah. And you didn't want to call anybody to come help. Because I was super high. If I was conscious, I would have probably called people right away. Ali, come on, man. You're a really nice person, man. You are too. This isn't how it works. We gotta own our mistakes, man. You got a long life ahead of you. Not with this. Just listen to me, okay? You got a long life ahead of you, man. You got a bright future, but you got to be able to take accountability for your actions. You got to own it. You got to take responsibility. We all make mistakes. The only way we're going to grow from them and learn from them is if we own them. Right? I don't think you're a monster. I think you're a good dude. But what people are saying is a monster, right? Whoever did this, right? This is your opportunity to tell me what happened. To tell me your side of the story. Walk me through it again, okay, Ali? Walk me through what happened. What happened to that woman? If you need to draw another picture, go ahead and draw another picture. Well, answer some of my questions, too. Answer all of yours. I think you know what happened to that woman. What happened to her? You were there. Pretty sure she was alive on the ground. Okay. So what happened to her? She is alive. Should be able to identify her. I want to know what happened, Ali. Tell me what happened. This is your opportunity. Is that a piece of paper? What is the charge for this? We'll talk about that later. I want to know what happened. You're smoking weed, right? How much weed do you think you smoked? Half a gram. Okay. What did you do after that? Not much. Okay. Can you show me where your walk went? Okay. So you crossed over to the other side of the register? Okay. And then what'd you do? Walk right here. Okay. And then where the trail is like this, there's a house on it too. Okay. Pretty sure this opposite way though. Pretty sure this is where the weed spot is. I'm already gonna get charges for weed. Okay. And I'm not worried. I'm worried about what happened on this guy. That's what I want to know what happened. Well, I'll still get charged for this and that. What happened after here? That's it, man. I told you everything. Where did you see this other guy following this girl? Somewhere right here. Where did you first see him and her? Right here. But you said you saw her over here. Her, yeah, with him, with her right here. And then he came from the parking lot. Or the other side. Or he could have been walking from this part of the trail too. There's many possibilities. Parking, trail, the mountain. So you're telling me if I go look at the cameras from here, I'm going to see another guy? You want to see another guy here or here? You and I both know that's not what happened. Can't say what really happened. Tell me what happened when you first saw that girl on the bridge. Well, I saw someone walking with some laptop bag or something. Okay. What were you thinking? Nothing. Okay. So you know what I'm going to do? What was that? Go back to smoke more weed. Okay. What did you do after you saw that girl? I was like, oh, go back to smoke weed to the other side. Okay. So did you cross the bridge? Yeah. So you were over here, and you crossed the bridge to smoke weed over here? Yeah. And is that what you did? Yeah. So was this on the Hart west side? Okay, so you crossed the bridge, saw the girl? Yeah. Came back, sat down and smoked weed? Yeah. And where was that girl at that point? When I was smoking weed? Mm-hmm. She was walking all the way here. Okay. And where, so you walked all the way to the other side of the bridge? And turned around? Yeah. In front of her or behind her? In front of her, so it doesn't scare her. Okay. And where did she go? She just kept going forward. Ali, you know we have cameras in that area. Yeah, that's what happened. She kept going. Ali. Yeah. She approved you. Just send me to jail. It was tough. Ali, what happened? It's really simple. Way back here. Over here. Over here. Yeah. Okay. You and I both know that's not what happened. Okay. There's nobody else on the bridge. There's nobody else over here. There's many people.
No, there's not. Not at that time of night.
There were people.
There were other people.
Yeah.
Not people following her.
Yeah, there were people.
There was one person following her.
You're gonna say that too.
It was you. I want to know what happened to her over here. You and I both know what happened, Ali. You and I both know what happened there. What did you do to that girl? Why did you do that to her? That's what people want to know. That's what she wants to know. That's what we want to know.
No, you just have to look at me. She can tell you it's not me.
What happened? What did you do to her?
I stole from her.
What else did you do to her?
That's it.
Where did this guy go after he...
He probably climbed up the mountain. It's easy.
Ali, you really think somebody else came up to her, assaulted her, you came up to look at her, you took her earrings, and then you ran off when other people showed up?
Because it was hot, and I stole something from her.
What did you do to her?
I stole from her. I stole her earrings.
You didn't do anything else to her?
No, I didn't hurt her. Why would I hurt her? That's pointless. I can have sex anytime. Why would I care about that? There's a lot of chicks that chase me too. Why would I just go and assault a random person?
That's what I'm here to find out. That's what I want to know.
I told you all I know.
What do you think happened to her?
It could have been someone she knew because I think there was struggle.
What else? What do you think happened to her?
I think somebody I knew was taking revenge on her.
Okay. What did they do to her?
They were trying to hurt her.
How so? You don't know?
Must have been something with the neck because, and she was purple, so some glass would choke me.
Anything else? Yeah. I already told you, man. This is your opportunity to tell me what happened. Is that what you're going to stick with?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, I'll be right back with you.
For the record, stopping the video at 1 hour, 11 minutes, 56 seconds. Sergeant Levitt, can you tell us what the defendant told you about his familiarity with the Art Building West?
He was fairly familiar with the area. He, on his own free time, would enjoy going to the pond area to, as he described it, play with the ducks. And there was a nest with a bunch of eggs there from the duck, and he just enjoyed going there, feeding them, spending time there.
We heard in the video the defendant provided a description of the individual that he said was chasing the woman. Is there any similarity between the description he provided and the hawker?
Yes.
And what similarities were there?
The fact that the person was wearing a red and white coat and was a Caucasian. Yeah.
And would that have been in the description alert that you got before any pictures were sent out?
Correct, yes.
Sir, can you tell us if, did the defendant change his story throughout the course of your interview with him?
Yes, he did.
And what were the differences?
Initially, his times were off. He said that he went and smoked weed between 4 and 5 o'clock down by the bridge and returned to his dorm room for the rest of the night before leaving his dorm and hanging out with Maria. Then he changed it to that he went on a walk after smoking weed, which ended up being later in the evening, to the west side of the river, as well as some details as far as what he did on that walk.
And in the interview with him, we hear the defendant admit to taking the woman's earrings. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did he provide a description? I know it's somewhat difficult to hear in the video, but did he provide a description of where those earrings were located?
Yes, he did.
And did you pass that information along to other investigators?
I did.
And can you just briefly tell us about how the defendant described the woman in your interview with him? To clarify, after he's noticed her on the ground, how did he describe her?
Oh, okay. He described her as being purple and spit around her mouth, unresponsive, not talking, not making any noise.
For the record, we're going to move forward in video. For the record, we're beginning the video again at 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 34 seconds.
How long do you think you were looking at the phone?
Just a minute.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
I just kept going forward. I walked to check on what happened. I'm curious.
But like, there's a big wall here. There's like a big retaining wall. Like, where'd you stop to look at the pond? Like, on the street side or?
Yeah.
Oh, on the street side?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where'd you go?
I just kept like following the trail.
Then you followed that trail?
Yeah.
And that's where you found her?
Yeah. Because I've been on the trail before. Like me and Maria went there.
Okay. And then you found her,
Yeah.
and what'd you do at that point?
Well, first I freaked out. I was trying to find out who she is. I touched her. I was gonna look on her welfare ID, but I thought that was pointless. I wanted to see if she was alive. And then she was like purple, and it was like spit too.
What do you mean spit?
I thought there was like water in her mouth.
How could you do that?
I was like, I saw some like piece of spit outside of her mouth.
Oh, like on the outside?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And when you say she was purple, was it her face that was purple, or?
I think her lip was a little purple.
Lip?
Yeah.
Okay. Was she making any noise?
Mm-hmm.
Did she say anything?
I didn't think she was alive.
Okay.
That's why I took the earrings, to be honest with you. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And then the girls came, and I freaked out. I thought they would for sure think it was me that did it. Because I was the only one there, and there was a woman laying down in front of me.
Yeah.
So that's the logical thing, isn't it?
Well, I think the logical thing is when we find people that are laying down that aren't breathing or conscious or awake, is they call the police. You had a phone on you that was working, and you didn't call the police. Why didn't you call the police?
I took the earrings first.
And you took the earrings, why?
Because I knew they were diamonds.
Because they were expensive? So you were more concerned over some property of somebody.
Oh, I thought she was dead.
Okay, so you thought, so you found a dead body. You think you find a dead body and you take their earrings rather than call the police?
I made it, yeah.
What's that?
I made it.
Okay, so the girls come and you freak out, and then what do you do when you freaked out?
I just left.
Okay, where'd you leave?
I crossed the street, took a right, went on this bridge.
Like you went back the same way?
Yeah.
You went down the Ivy Bridge? Okay, and then you went back to?
I went to Virgin and Maria picked me up.
Okay. Did you tell Maria what happened?
No.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had happened?
Doesn't know anything.
Okay. Did she say?
For the record, stopping the video at 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 40 seconds. Sergeant Levick, obviously this is not the entirety of your interview. Did you make any other notes of, or did you note any other statements that the defendant made to you regarding the woman?
Yeah, it was at this point that he shared that he believed that she was dead.
Did he make any further changes in his story throughout the course of your interview with him?
He at that point, he generally stuck with his version of events.
After you completed your interview with the defendant, did you have any further involvement in this investigation?
I did.
And what else did you do?
I assisted with some follow-up interviews, located some video footage from Cambus's business from that evening. That's about it.
Sergeant Levick, you earlier testified that there was a description provided in the Hockler, is that right?
That is correct.
Was there any information specifically about a woman being choked in the Hockler?
Not specifically that, it just said that there was an assault with injury.
So that information wouldn't have been public at that point?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I have very few questions for you. We just watched a portion of this rather lengthy video that you, I guess, participated in and recorded, correct?
That's correct.
In terms of asking you if you recall certain things that my client said, would you agree that the recording is probably the most accurate of what was said by either one of you?
Yes.
You were just a moment ago asked about a portion where Mr. Eunice indicated that he thought the woman on the ground was dead, right?
Correct.
Earlier in the interview, he had said that he believed she was alive on the ground, right?
Correct.
And regardless, I think it's clear you don't believe that Mr. Eunice was telling the truth about quite a few things that he said in this interview, correct?
I would say that's accurate, yeah.
In other words, you don't believe he was telling the truth about watching another male following the victim across the bridge or any of that information, correct?
About that specifically, correct.
In other words, do you think that at least several of the statements that Mr. Yunus made during this interview were lies or not the truth?
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Read the rest?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down. All right, next witness. Okay, break time. All right, yep, so it is about time for our morning break. We'll take a, let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll see you after the break. Thank you.
All right, so we got about an hour before the Melly stuff is supposed to start. I'm hearing that they moved it to the 3 o'clock. So I'm still going to be on the lookout for any feeds that may pop up at any time. But the minute I find something, I'm going to switch over. So.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true. Okay, please have a seat. And then momentarily you'll be asked some questions. In response to the questions, please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone, all right? Okay, and when you're ready, counsel, you can proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Abens Altidor. It's Abensaltidor.
Thank you, Mr. Altidor. Can you tell us, are you employed anywhere?
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I am a case manager at Unity Point with Happy Health.
And did you go to college anywhere?
Yes.
And where did you attend college?
University of Iowa.
And when did you attend the University of Iowa?
From August 2021 to December 2023.
And while you were a student at the university, did you meet Wally Yunus?
Yes.
And do you recall when you first met him?
We met on orientation week.
And when about would that have been?
August 2021.
And did you become friends at that point?
Yes.
And did you talk on a regular basis?
When we first met, we met on Iowa. We added each other on Snapchat, but we didn't start hanging out until March 2022.
And was Snapchat a typical way for you to communicate with your friends at that time?
Yes.
At some point, did Wally Yunus make some concerning statements to you?
Yes.
And do you recall when about that was?
The first concerning thing he said was on Snap. It was like in March 2022. He said that he wanted, to run away to Mexico, and I asked him, to come over so we could talk about it. And then when he did come over to my house, he stated that, he wanted to kill someone and then run away to Mexico.
Stated he wanted to kill someone?
And then run away to Mexico.
And run away to Mexico. And you said that was in March of 2022?
Yes.
And that was when, after you had invited him over to your residence?
Yes.
And you considered yourself friends at that point?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Altidor. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination. Oh, sorry, sir, you're not quite finished. The other attorney may have questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Powell.
Just to make sure I heard you okay, did you indicate that you first started hanging out with Mr. Yunus in March of 2022?
Yes. So we was friends on the social media, but we didn't start hanging out in person until March 2022.
So you were friends over social media prior?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. Next witness.
The state calls Travis Tyrell.
All right, come on up to the witness stand. It is to my left. If you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you'll be asked some questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone in response to the questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, Travis Tyrell. It's Travis Tyrrell.
And where are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what's your position at the University of Iowa Police Department?
I'm a lieutenant in charge of the investigations division currently.
And can you describe your education and training for that position?
Yes, I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in April of 2010. Since then, attended several in-service trainings and investigative specific trainings, including interview and interrogations, crime scene processing, and supervisory schools.
And did you work anywhere before the University of Iowa Police Department?
Not as a police officer, no.
In April of 2022, were you employed at the University of Iowa Police Department?
Yes.
And what position did you hold at that time?
I was an interim supervisor for the investigations division at that time.
And what does some of the duties that you did in that role?
I was still a part of a drug task force, so I managed some casework as a narcotics officer, as well as taking on other criminal cases with the University of Iowa. And then beyond that, I managed some casework and approved reports, helped manage larger cases.
In April 25th of 2022, were you made aware of an incident on the campus near our building west?
I was.
And can you just tell us what your first involvement was in that case?
Yes, it was around 3 in the morning on the 26th, the following morning, that I became aware of the situation that occurred. I received an email that had some intel bulletin attached to it that I received from Officer Ian Mallory, and I also had a telephone conversation with the on-duty patrol supervisor, Sergeant Carlson at the time. He's lieutenant now.
And is that typical in an investigation to start with gathering information from patrol officers?
Yes, I came in then to work and began gathering information.
And what did you do after you gathered that initial information?
I believe I arrived at the police department around 4 in the morning, gathered information from the patrol officers who responded to the scene initially. I gathered information from the sergeant who was on duty, brought all that information together, and then began relaying that information to the other detectives who were then coming into work to assist with the case.
And what did you do next?
We reviewed some security footage that was already gathered the night before, and in that footage there was a subject of interest that was identified based on the descriptors that was received at the time of the suspect. We had a pretty clear possible identity of the person who did that crime.
And who was that?
Ali Jonas.
And once you had developed the defendant as a suspect, what did you do after that?
We identified the location that he was staying in a dorm room at Birch Hall.
And did you locate Mr. Yunus at the Birch Hall residence?
No, we did not. He was not home at that time. So we secured that room, rekeyed it so that we were the only ones who had access to it for a subsequent search warrant.
And were you able to determine where Mr. Yunus might be?
Yes, we identified that he had a possible girlfriend or a female acquaintance that he often stayed with. About half the time was the estimate that he stayed with this other female.
And do you recall her name?
Maria Ortiz.
And do you recall, would Ms. Ortiz be residing at that time at 629 South Johnson Street?
Yeah, she resided in an apartment there, apartment number 1.
And did you go to that apartment?
We did.
And can you tell us what you observed when you went to that location?
Yes, Detective Lovick knocked on the door, and it was fairly quickly answered by Maria Ortiz. We asked Maria if Ali was there, and she said yes, and so we began to call Ali from the apartment.
Did you make any other observations of the apartment at that time?
Yes, as soon as the door opened, there was a red, white, and blue puffy coat that was hanging on a chair by the table. That was very identifiable as the coat that the subject we were looking for was wearing, and there was also a pair of Nike shoes on the floor directly inside the door that were very close or identical to the ones that the subject was seen in camera wearing.
And that was the surveillance camera that you testified you reviewed?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Lieutenant, I'm handed what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 20. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that State's Exhibit 20 appear to be?
This is a screen grab from a body camera that I was wearing at the time that shows the door halfway open with the suspect's coat hanging inside the door.
And you mentioned wearing a body camera. Does that record throughout the entirety of your interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that body cam footage?
Yes.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of the events that you recall from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the statement to admit State's Exhibit 20.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 20 is admitted, and you can publish when ready.
Thank you. And Lieutenant, you testified that was the jacket that you observed. It's a little hard to see here, but what's the coloring on that jacket?
Yeah, the bottom of the jacket is red, the center is white, and the top is a dark blue, navy blue.
And what happened after you located Mr. Yunus in that apartment?
We detained him and placed him into an Iowa City squad car to be transported back to our police department where he could be interviewed, and then we secured the residence for a subsequent search warrant.
And what was your next step after that?
I waited for Detective Cooper to receive that search warrant, and then myself and an Iowa City officer executed the search warrant within the residence and conducted our search.
Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what State's Exhibit 21 is?
That's Ali Jonas at the time that we made contact with him wearing a yellow Iowa shirt.
And again, a fair and accurate depiction of Mr. Yunus at the time of your first contact with him.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 21 is admitted.
Lieutenant, can you tell us, are you able to tell at all when you first met Mr. Yunus about how tall he was?
I would have estimated him to be about the same height as myself, roughly 5'9", 5'10".
And can you describe his build?
He was muscular built. I do remember at some point placing hands on him on his arms and feeling his muscles. He was very tense, but very, I would say, stout.
Can you testify that after you received the search warrant, then you began a search of the residence at 629 South Johnson?
Yes.
Did you find, what items were you looking for and did you collect at that time?
We were looking for anything that would connect Ali Jonas or the suspect to that crime, including clothing items, the earrings that were missing from the victim, Ms. Rizzo. We were looking for cellular devices, and then anything else that we could find that was of value to our investigation.
Were you able to locate the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And did you collect that item for further testing?
Yes, we found that just inside the bedroom, to the left of the entry to the bedroom door.
And you mentioned the earrings that Ms. Rizzo was wearing. How did you come to determine that the earrings were in that residence?
While we were conducting our search, I received information from the investigators at the police department that Ali Jonas had told them where the earrings were, and that I would find them in the bathroom in the center of the medicine cabinet on the wall.
And did you go to that location?
I did, and inside there, I was told to look inside a floss container, inside the lid of a floss container, and when I opened up the floss container in that cabinet, I found the earrings.
And I'm going to show you, Lieutenant, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22. And can you tell us again what this photograph depicts?
That's me holding the floss container, and you can see the diamond earrings in the center of it, sitting inside the container.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 22 is admitted.
And were you able to confirm that those were the earrings that belonged to Ms. Rizzo?
Detectives Cooper and Lovick eventually were able to identify those by some clear identifiable markings that were on those.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can sit down. Next witness.
The State calls Brent Cooper.
Come on in. The witness chair is to my left. You could raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, you'll be asked some questions. Please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone in response.
Okay.
Go ahead, counsel, when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Okay. My first name is Brent, B-R-E-T-T. My last name is Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R.
And can you tell us where you are employed?
Yep, I work for the University of Iowa Police Department.
And what do you do for the police department?
I'm a detective in the investigations unit.
And about how long have you worked there?
I've been with the university since 2013. I've been in investigations since 2019.
And can you describe your education and training for that position?
Yep. I graduated from Kirkwood Community College in December of 2012, and then I began my law enforcement career with the University Heights Police Department as a reserve police officer in 2011 until 2013.
And in April of 2022, were you a detective then as well?
I was.
On April 25th of 2022, were you made aware of an incident on campus at the Art Building West?
I was made aware April 26th of the incident that occurred on April 25th.
And can you just tell us how you began the investigation or what you started with?
Yep. So I was notified that morning from my supervisor that there was an incident that occurred, and so I came into work early that morning, and then I was briefed by my supervisor and the responding officer as well.
And after you kind of gathered that information, what did you do next?
I then contacted the victim in the incident, and she agreed to meet with me at her residence.
And did you meet with Ms. Rizzo?
I did.
And as you began to gather that information, were you able to develop a suspect in the case at that point?
We were.
And was that the defendant, Ali Yunus?
It was.
Once you met with Ms. Rizzo and began to develop the defendant as a suspect, what was your next step?
At that point, other detectives went to the defendant's residence as I was working on getting search warrants for the residence and for his DNA, his clothing, his phone, things like that.
And did you continue to provide updates and information to the other officers who were working in other areas of the investigation?
I did. We were in contact with each other.
Was the defendant then eventually arrested?
Initially, he was detained, taken to our department, and then after the interview with one of the other detectives, at that point, he was arrested, yes.
And were you made aware that the defendant at some point made or posted bond in the case of instruction?
I was.
At some point, were you made aware that the defendant was on a GPS ankle monitor?
I was.
And in May of 2023, do you recall what happened with the defendant on his GPS ankle monitor?
Yep. I was notified that he had cut his ankle monitor and ultimately fled the country.
And were you involved in that investigation as well?
I was.
And where did the defendant flee to?
The Kingdom of Jordan.
And were you made aware then, Detective Cooper, at some point when the defendant returned to the United States?
I was.
And do you recall what date, or around what date he returned?
I don't recall the date specifically off the top of my head. I remember it was in September.
And what year would that have been? I'm sorry, what year was that?
2024.
And in September of 2024, did you have the occasion to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And where was that interview conducted at?
I was at Johnson County Jail.
And did you, was that interview recorded on a surveillance or body worn camera?
It was on my body camera.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body worn camera?
I did.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with the defendant?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit State Exhibit 23.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 23 is admitted, and if you'd like, you can publish.
Thank you. Before we start the video, Detective Cooper, does this appear to be the angle that your body camera captured at the jail in September of 2024?
It does.
And was anyone else conducting the interview with you?
Detective Mallory was with me.
For the record, we're going to begin the video at 13 minutes and 3 seconds.
That by Early West. Can you tell me what went on that night?
I was really drunk, and I saw her, and I saw she had a bag, and I didn't know it was wrong. I got mad, and I got sent her, and I took her earrings, but as I did it, I was like, this is bad, and I was like, I saved her life, and I looked back, and then I saw two girls, and I was like, if I get caught here, I'll get arrested for sure, so I tried not to get arrested, and I left.
And so, you said you attacked her. What was on through your mind at that point?
Nothing, I was really high, I couldn't even think. I just got pissed and thought she had a lot of money.
Okay. And so that's the only reason why you attacked her, is you thought she had money?
Yeah, her purse.
Okay. And so, before you want to do anything else?
No. Like, I didn't assault her, I didn't touch her clothes, I wasn't in it for sex or anything like that. I just wanted the money. I had a girlfriend.
Yeah. Really, right?
Yeah.
And so you weren't going to do anything sexual to her?
I didn't.
Okay. I just want to make sure. And so then you took the earrings. What were we going to do with those?
I wasn't going to sell them, I thought they were even fake.
They were big, weren't they?
Delusion, you just earrings.
Yeah. And so, were you going with those to Maria?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that was planned with it. And so, I remember when you talked to the other detective that day, you said that you thought that she was dead.
Yeah.
Did you think you killed her? So you thought you killed her?
No, I didn't think she was 100% dead. I just knew she was like not awake for sure. So,
Gotcha.
I was trying to resuscitate her. Like, yeah, CPR. But I wasn't trying to breathe her in her mouth. I wanted to just like see if she could breathe again. Because I was like, what have I just done?
And so, she wasn't breathing at all at that point?
I wasn't sure, but I thought she could have been faked it because when she stopped like moving, she kind of moved her arms so again. I thought it was a little unnatural. So I thought she could have been like on purpose to make me stop. But as I realized I was doing it, I stopped.
Yeah. I know like sometimes when people are at a state where they're losing blood flow and everything, sometimes their body makes involuntary movement. So I'm guessing it's probably what was going on with her.
I think so. I felt really bad. I was going to call the cops for real, but I figured you'd instantly arrest me anyway. I wanted to escape, but I didn't even try to leave the country. I knew I was going to get arrested the next day. So I just spent one more night with Maria for a bunch of kids.
Yeah. And then, if I remember, you saw the hawker there then, that morning when you woke up?
And then Maria told me there was a dude with the white, blue, and the black jacket. Locked and I was like, not me. She said, you get what? Yeah, she asked me. I was like, not me, Maria.
Did she believe you?
I think she believed me, but it was suspicious.
That's something that was in me. Oh, yeah. Did you put your hands around his neck? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Did she lose consciousness right when you hit her and she went down, or did she lose consciousness after you? After I choked her. But it wasn't while I stopped her. She went out and really attacked her. I wasn't even going to, but she turned around and I just grabbed her. Okay. Do you know anything about that lady? No, I've never seen her before. That's the first time ever. I mean, now, after like looking it up, and I just saw that she's had jewelry deal. Yeah. I haven't seen. Yeah, that's the big giant. The big giant jewels. Really big giant.
Okay, we are back on the record after our lunch break. I hope everybody had a good lunch. We have our jurors, counsel parties here, and I believe we're ready for another witness by the state. Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to call your next witness?
The state is prepared, Judge. The state would call DCI Agent Hollywood.
Good afternoon. Ms. Witt, there's a chair over here to my far left. You can come on up and have a seat. And you can move that microphone around however you'd like. So Ms. Witt, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record then, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them both, please?
It's Holly, Holly, Witt, Witt.
Right, thank you. Mr. Ringel.
Agent Witt, how are you employed?
I have been with the Iowa Department of Public Safety as a state police officer. This is my 30th year.
Could you briefly outline your education and training?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. In 1995, I graduated from Simpson College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminal justice. Immediately after that, I went to the 22nd Iowa Department of Public Safety Academy. So this is an academy with Division of Criminal Investigation, which is the division that I'm in now, state troopers, narcotics agents, and fire marshals. It's an approximately 22-week academy. I graduated from the State Police Academy, which is held at Camp Dodge in Johnston, Iowa, and I've been continually serving as a state police officer since that time.
You said you've been with DCI for some time. What are your duties or your roles with DCI?
So my current assignment is with the Major Crimes Unit. My office is in Dubuque, Iowa. And then, so I do, DCI is an invited agency. We assist county and local, sometimes federal law enforcement with investigations, but we have to be invited in. I came back to the Major Crimes Unit about 4.5 years ago. And during that time, a position was opened that was application process, so I competed against other candidates to be the technology agent for the Major Crime Zone. So my primary focus is to make technology more accessible and understandable to law enforcement and juries in the context of criminal investigations.
And how do you go about doing that?
So I do a lot of search warrants for cell phone records. I'm also a mobile forensic examiner. I have training in software. So today you're going to see visual depictions of business records from companies such as US Cellular and Snapchat. I just try to make technology understandable in the context of a criminal investigation.
Do you have any certifications outside of the training that you just discussed?
I'm certified to operate a number of mapping softwares. They're just a visual depiction of business records. I'm also a cell phone forensic examiner, and then there's continual ongoing training, like for example, law enforcement in Google, they have law enforcement summits every year that talk about the newest technologies that the companies such as Snapchat, Facebook, Google are rolling out. So it's continual ongoing technology. Technology is always changing and evolving.
Were you assigned to assist with the investigation into the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Do you recall when you were assigned to assist?
Yes, I was contacted by case agent Ryan Herman on June 18th, 2021, via the telephone. And one of my primary responsibilities is doing what we call a tech triage, talking about potential options with technology available in the case, things that I would want them to do to preserve a cellular phone correctly, and just asking about general contact numbers and reminding the agents to ask about anyone under 20 can say, I called someone, and that can mean I actually texted them. That doesn't necessarily mean they use the native app on their phone. Like sometimes they use Snapchat or Facebook, and that can mean I talked to them. So just reminding them to also get like a broad collection of how people communicate with one another that are persons of interest in the investigation.
So you're serving in somewhat of an advisory role and providing agents with information to aid them in their investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you specifically, what was your role or what did you do besides that advisement role?
So primarily I focused on a number of records that are actually from the companies. So I'm not talking about physical devices today. I'm talking about a visual depiction of the records from Snapchat and US Cellular, and we have a little bit of Google records in this case that we'll talk about.
So when you were assigned to this case, what information did you have?
The case agent typically gives me a brief rundown of the details as they know them once they've arrived upon scene and had a chance to talk to and work with local law enforcement. I knew that Mr. Ryan Cooper was killed in his residence. I knew that there were Mrs. Cooper was present in the residence that day. I asked them to collect phone numbers for Mr. Cooper, Mrs. Cooper, and I knew that they were both business owners or did things in the public, so there was a high likelihood that they utilized things such as social media. So I asked for them to find Snapchat profiles, Facebook profiles, gather their cell phone numbers. I did a bunch of preservation immediately of that stuff, and then I immediately began working on search warrants. So all the information I will testify to today was obtained by serving a search warrant to either the cellular provider or the social media company.
You mentioned a preservation request. What is that?
A preservation request is a request to a social media or cell phone company, and it just preserves any information that that company has on their server that are business records relating to, for example, if it's a particular phone number or account, it's a snapshot in time on that. They actually don't disclose it to us until we go through proper legal process and we get a search warrant.
So you described some of the basic information that you had as you started your work on this case. You talked about some potential sources of information and the fact that you utilized a preservation request. With the information that you had received, how did that inform the decisions you were making on this case or the requests that you were making?
So we use the information that we receive from social media companies and cell phones to help guide the investigators in the investigative process, because oftentimes this information will reveal routes of travel, patterns of life, who someone is communicating with, whether it's on Snapchat or whether it's on phone calls or text messages. So I analyze the information received from cell phone records, social media companies, and then we use that in the investigative process to determine who killed Ryan Cooper.
And so you mentioned location data related to a device or a cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you also mentioned location data associated with applications, and you mentioned Snapchat and other similar applications. Could you explain the difference between the two?
Right. So the location data from a search warrant, in this example, we're going to use Snapchat, that we get back from them, is provided by the company Snapchat. So it's independent corroboration of any location information that that iPhone would necessarily have on the actual device. So the company sends back information, and Snapchat, because that user has enabled certain location attributes on the phone. So Snapchat, you can go in and you can say, I want to share my location. I don't want to share my location. There are certain times when you use Snapchat, if you're looking at an advertisement or whatever, Snapchat has, when you sign up for that app, Snapchat's probably going to use your location because it wants to send you ads that are targeted to where you are at in your geographic location. It wouldn't do me any good as an advertiser to see to send someone in Iowa ads that were located in California, for example. So when you provide basic information to Snapchat, such as your address, your phone number with your zip code, your area code, Snapchat and all the applications that are social media applications then can target content to you based on those geographic identifiers.
So if someone's using Snapchat, they've enabled those features, that location information is available to Snapchat, that then becomes available to you because that's in their records?
Yes.
So if you apply for a search warrant, you can obtain that location information?
Yes.
With the information that you had and the potential sources of additional information, what were the first steps that you then took in your investigation?
So obviously we take time, and we have to have probable cause to do a search warrant to obtain this stuff. So we have to show that communications in this case, such as on a cell phone or U.S. cellular records, Snapchat records, Google records, are relevant to the investigation that we're conducting, so that it's reasonable that phones or applications were used in the planning of the crime. They would have location information. Sometimes this information can alibi someone as much as it can and put someone's device near a crime, or give location information that's relevant in the investigation. So oftentimes it will clear someone out because their device is nowhere near that. We also look for things like pattern of life. When does a device wake up in the morning? Where does the device routinely go during the week? Like, I go to work every day, so if you were to look at my device information, you would see that my device goes to my office in Dubuque Monday through Friday, most days. And then if you were to look at my communication, you would see I'm primarily communicating during business hours with coworkers that also do my job. So it shows patterns of life. It shows deviations from patterns of life. It shows where a device normally goes. And just to be clear, everything that I'm talking about today is for a device, not a person. I have to say the device went here, the device went there. But there are times
let others in with Trusted Neighbor from ADT.
Over everything. You charged him with a crime. He's made witness. She's made witness. Just come to the depot and answer questions just like you need to do. So your motion compels granted. Just answer whatever questions you want. So I'll enter a separate order regarding that. The motion compelled Detective Christina Luna to answer questions. That's granted. It's not going to change. And then the defense motion to compel the affidavit prepared by Detective Luna.
No, you only saw the warrant. I don't think you've ever seen the actual affidavit, which is the probable cause.
So I guess I'll defer on this one. Today, I'll enter a separate order today. I'll give you 5 days to give you a copy of the affidavit. Let me look at it. I'll follow the same procedure that I did before, and then turn it over. You're all going to be fighting about this. It's 250 jurors are lining up outside the door there, so
just so I can
use your time. And that's how you're going to
So just so I can be clear, because we're going to provide the court with the affidavit. That's not an issue. The question becomes is, should the court say, no, we're not turning over the affidavit, but we're taking the deposition of Detective Luna, which concerns materials contained in that affidavit. If the court's not ordering it turned over, in the state's view, she can still refuse to answer those questions because it will go to that ongoing investigation.
I'm sorry, I understand what your position is. Listen, who decided to charge him with attempted murder? Who did that?
The 23?
Did they do that?
Yes, right. No, I mean, no, but I understand where the court's going.
Law enforcement did that, right? The state did that?
Yes.
Okay, so you all decided, for someone who's already facing capital charges, let's open up a new case. Let's charge him with a new crime, which could land him in prison for the rest of his life. So you're confined with the rules of discovery. I don't know what to tell you. You could have done all this the day after his murder trial was over. You could have done all this. You chose to do it when you chose to do it. So be it.
No, not the 20. So the court's clear, the record. The 23 case has nothing to do with this Apple iCloud affidavit or with what Detective Luna potentially testified to in terms of her work in this new investigation. They have nothing to do with each other.
Sir, if a law enforcement officer hypothetically showed up at my door asking to service a search warrant on anything that belongs to any lawyer who's currently litigating that criminal case, I would decline that request and probably ask them to leave the court. Okay, so that's just my view.
Thank you.
So those are the orders as to that. Okay? So I guess I'll get it, I'll look at it, and I'll enter a separate order as I did in January based on what I read. Yes, sir. Last one. I have the state's motion to reconsider or order moving forward with the trial on September the 10th. This trial date remains set on September the 10th. We did that last July 8th, 2024, although there's no motion to continue filed. I did read the motion. I guess I'll treat this as a motion to continue. I did read the authority cited therein. I did read again, Florida Statute 924-071. Additional grounds for appeal by state, time for taking and stay of cause. I likewise again reviewed the omnibus order on defendant's motion suppressed 1 through 13, which was entered by Judge Murphy on December the 20th, 2023. I also reviewed the order from Judge Murphy denying the defendant's motion to set aside stay, an order granting the defendant's motion to modify the stay to allow discovery to proceed. That's entered May 2nd, 2024. I likewise reviewed a Florida Supreme Court case called Mitchell v. State, 911, Southern 2nd, 1211. Supreme Court case, September 2005, regarding the serious constitutional issues that are implicated if the state were to be automatically entitled to stay the effect of the decision adverse to the state in a criminal pursuit. So, understanding that I've already looked at all of that, state, anything else that you would want to tell me in support of your motion?
No, Judge. My motion basically covers the previous court's orders, the statute, case law in terms of how this case is stayed.
Okay. Defense. You all want the case to be stayed? The state says it's stayed, so do you agree with their motion, or do you not agree with it?
Can we have one moment?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Against our advice, our client wants to proceed.
You object to their request for me to determine if it's automatic stay.
Based upon what our client has instructed us, yes, sir.
Okay, so let me make the record crystal clear on this one issue. I am aware that 924-071 calls for an automatic stay while the state is appealing some order that they want to appeal. In this particular case, Mr. General, which I cannot prepare. So, state enhanced leave and Judge Murphy entered this motion to suppress, which is the subject of the appeal. He entered this order on December 20th, 2023. That was 558 days. And in that order, he says, again, the court has not been moved to consider the suppression of specific evidence. It is up to the parties to inform the court as to what specific evidence falls within the suppression order and what specific evidence is admissible pursuant to that order. And we were here on the defendant's renewed motion for bond on May 6th. That was 65 days. I asked you all, had you gotten together and figured out what specific evidence falls within the suppression order? I'm going to guess that hasn't happened.
No, Judge, I made the proffer to the court last time as to what that evidence would be.
It was basically penalty phase, for lack of a better term.
No, they were aggravators. They go to membership in a gang. There are things that the jury would have to find before going into penalty.
Not aggravated as to the death, but
Right.
aggravated as to the gang against himself. He was charged in committing the murder for the further to the gang, which is an aggravator in terms of the guilt.
Something that they would have to find by way of an interrogatory.
Yes.
Yes.
Objection, that's not correct.
You all don't agree on it.
No, we don't agree. No, what you just said, we do not agree on. Here is,
Counselor, have you all done what Judge Murphy ordered you to do in 2023? It is up to the parties to inform the court as to what specific evidence falls within the suppression order and what specific evidence is admissible pursuant to this order.
may I answer the question this way? At that time, the state appealed it all, which stayed everything. And so, at this point, the law on whether or not Judge Murphy was right or not is all up at the court, and it stayed. We can't determine that in a stayed case. It stayed.
You can't talk to the state and decide what this applies to.
I just argued what I have to argue, Judge. You're saying it stayed for only one purpose, but not. The answer is we are stayed and unable to do so.
We don't even know what evidence the order is.
No, I believe we do, and I think that's on appeal at the fourth. But during a stayed case, we cannot do those things. And that's why it hasn't been done. Not because we haven't wanted to. They appealed it. It stayed.
Unfortunately, to also remind the court, the defense did cross appeal, so even something would remain in is also potentially now be excluded should the court rule the defendant's guilty.
And that's still pending before the court.
But you don't agree with their request. You want to go forward. That's what you just told me. Your client wants to go forward.
That's what he said.
Judge, if I can clarify something, our position. The order that Judge Murphy entered kind of does not make sense. No offense to Judge Murphy, I love his rulings. But the order doesn't make sense because he did not suppress evidence. He suppressed evidence based upon a time frame. So everything before a certain date and everything after a certain date was suppressed. So I do not even understand how we could comply with that part of the order because it's everything between those dates. Happy to do so. Take just 5 minutes.
It would take more than 5 minutes, but it can be done.
Well, again, and Judge Murphy did this a lot longer than me, but that's what he ordered you to do, 568 days.
Which,
that's what he ordered you to do. He didn't ask you to do it. He ordered you to do it.
Fair enough.
And I brought that up 2 months ago. Has anyone bothered to do this? And your colleagues tell me he can't even do that. He's not allowed.
Well, I just want
to do it.
What I'm pointing out to the court is, it is just a time frame. It's not an individual piece of
Yeah,
evidence.
I understand that. In a typical motion to suppress, we're going to suppress the firearm that was found in the trunk of the car, or we're going to suppress the statement from the defendant. And usually at the end of an order granting a motion to suppress, it says, here is the evidence to suppress. But he didn't do that.
And
I don't have the benefit of sitting next to him when he went through all of this, so that's why he ordered you all to
And all
say
we
what
would
it
do,
is.
then all we would be doing is reciting his order. Quite candidly.
Who's arguing at the court? This is what I was up to do. Who's arguing? So what if their first question is, what evidence are we talking?
Everything from this date to that date.
What date is it?
I will have that.
It's not in this.
This
Am
is-
I-
It's in the
I'm not
order.
making this up. It's in the order, Judge.
It's in the order.
There are timeframes in the order. I was able to
I know, but
show-
I don't know what all the evidence is. I don't know what all the exhibits are. How would I know that?
That is,
You all know that. I don't know that.
that is part of the problem that we haven't even gotten to some of the motions. When we're talking about over 2 million Instagram lines, nothing is delineated that I am suppressing line 1,287,000. All we have is a time frame, and everything within that time frame is suppressed, not anything specific. I don't know what the state's trying to introduce.
Through the dates, I have a general idea of what the messages are. I could theoretically sit down with the each device, each return. I can plug in the dates, and it'll be like, okay, it's these 8 messages, it's these 6 messages, it's this Instagram account.
That's the only thing that was suppressed.
Essentially, yes. There's messages from Snapchat, from Instagram, from other accounts, is some other stuff I'm trying to recall.
Judge, I have a pending motion that's been pending now for well over a year, probably over 2 years now, or we're approaching that. And that is for the state to delineate what they are intending on using, because if they have 2 million lines of Instagram messages, we can't be prepared for that. Are they introducing all 2 million? Are they introducing just some? And Ms. Buckaloo has said to me on numerous occasions, let's not hear that motion. We're not ready for it yet because we don't know exactly what we're trying to introduce. So we have not had that heard. So I do not know what specific line the state wants to introduce that would be suppressed by that order because they have not told us. So all I'm left with is that sole period of time. I have nothing else I can say. I can say every Instagram from such and such a date to this date because I do not know what they're intending on using.
Okay, so in Judge Murphy's order that denied the defense motion, quoted numerous Florida cases. I'll quote as follows. Although a trial court may vacate an automatic stay during the pendency of an appeal, it may do so only under the most compelling circumstances. Party moving to vacate an automatic stay must demonstrate that the equities are overwhelmingly tilted against maintaining the stay. In determining whether to vacate an automatic stay, the trial court must consider the government's likelihood of success on appeal and the likelihood of irreparable harm if the automatic stay is reinstated. I'm also going to quote Mitchell, which was a Jimmy Rice case. That's from the Florida Supreme Court. Ordinarily, there are 2 principal considerations that courts must take into account when deciding whether to vacate a stay. The likelihood of irreparable harm if the stay is not granted, and the likelihood of success on the merits by the entity seeking to maintain the stay. That's the state. These stays are subject to the discretion of the trial court to dissolve or modify based upon the important interests of the parties and the particular circumstances of each case. Lastly, and I think I'm repeating myself in the hearing today, they recognize the special exemption in criminal cases. This exemption detention is directly related to the serious constitutional issues that would be implicated if the state were to be automatically entitled to stay the effect of a decision adverse to the state in criminal proceedings. I'm only supposed to vacate these stories, which the case law says I have the authority to do, under the most compelling of circumstances. I do find this case to be under the most compelling of circumstances. Mr. Chairman, as I sit here today, I've been in custody for 2,339. I special set his case for trial on September the 10th. I did that back on July 8th, 2024. Over a year, 367 days. This division that I took over from Judge Murphy, FT, the trial division, was created specifically for the purpose of trying long jury trials for people that were in custody for a long period of time, to prevent exactly what has happened to Mr. Devin from happening. Besides Mr. Devin's cases, which I've removed, this division currently has 38 other cases, special set for trial. 22 of those are murder cases. Numerous of those are death penalty cases. And right now, this division has trial special set for December 2020. Any new trial dates I give out will be starting in 2022. I have reserved the entire balance of September and the entire month of October to try Mr. Devin's case and Mr. Henry's case. If the defense doesn't object over the state's objection, we are going to go forward on September. The state's motion to reconsider oral quarter moving forward with the September 10th, 2025 trial date is going to be denied. I will enter the appropriate written order. Next, I'm starting a capital case tomorrow. The only thing that's going to interfere with the September 10th date is if we happen to be in the penalty proceedings in that case. I don't know if that's going to happen yet. But what I can tell both parties, and you all can write these dates down, I'm going to give you every available day, every available minute that I have between now and September the 10th. Do whatever it is you decide if I can. On Monday, August the 18th, I have from 9 o'clock to 12:30 and from 1:45 to 5 o'clock. That's the entire day. It'll be normal 12:30 to 1:45 next day. On Tuesday, August the 19th, I have from 9 o'clock in the morning to 12 noon.
What was the hours of the 18th? I'm sorry.
9 o'clock to 12:30 and 1:45 to 5 o'clock. The next day, which is Tuesday, August 19th, I have 9 o'clock to 12 noon. Again, the only thing that would interfere with those is if I happen to be in a penalty proceeding in the trial that's starting. I then have September the 5th from 9 o'clock to 12:30 and 1:45 to 5 o'clock the entire day. And Tuesday, September the 9th from 9 o'clock to 12:30. So the grand total of those dates and times that I just told you is 20 hours. I'm not going to set anything else. I'm going to leave those 20 hours available to the party. You may use them as you see fit, or you may not use them at all. I don't know what else to do. Except make myself available. I'll tell you that we're going to start screening jurors for dates.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I have the 8/18 and 8/19. I missed the other dates. I was
September the 5th, that's a Friday. 9 o'clock to 12:30 and 1:45 to 5 o'clock on September the 9th. That's a Tuesday. 9 o'clock to 12:30.
if I can, just for purposes of the record, because I know the court has cited that the defendant had been in custody for a long period of time. Just to bring, for the record and for the court's attention, the defendant has already had one completed jury trial during this time period, which was a mistrial. A second trial was started, and a continuance was taken during jury selection because of the difficulties we were having with seating a jury in that case. So he has had those opportunities for trial. In addition, the state did take an appeal. The defense also did take a cross appeal. So when the court talks about the overwhelming issue and compelling the state to go forward, I don't know if the court is considering the fact that the defense, by filing its own cross appeal, has also created a delay. And if he's insisting on going to trial, is he now waiving that appeal, seeking a suppression of additional evidence? And finally, Judge, just so, again, the record's clear, what this, given Judge Murphy's order, and there would be an intent to comply with it, what the court is compelling the state to do is to go forward with evidence that has been suppressed. In other words, we would not be able to use that evidence.
file orders from a higher court. You all have plenty of time, from what I've told you right now. If someone goes up to the Ford BCA and asks them for a stay, and they send me an order that says it's stayed, it will all be stayed. And you all can figure all that out in West Palm Beach.
And that's a conversation we'll be having, Judge. With the court's indulgence, just one other issue, going back to the order compelling Detective Luna to testify, answer questions. What we would ask the court to do is just briefly, in camera, with the court reporter, just take brief testimony that it is an open investigation. We just need that clarity so that when we discuss it with the AG, since it'll be testimony as opposed to my proffer. I understand.
I mean, if you don't like what happened in court, you change it. I mean, you all have an ethical obligation as the court.
For a testimony as it relates to his homicide case, but they're going to go into another area, and that's where we'd be seeking that protection with the in-camera review of the open investigation.
How do you know?
Well, they proffered some of them, and I understand what it's like to be a defense attorney. I kind of know where they're going to go, Judge.
Okay, that request respectfully is denied. Anything else?
Or just clarity, you're refusing an in-camera hearing for the fact that it's an open investigation.
You want me to bring a witness, what, in the jury room, outside of the presence of the public?
Yes.
With a
With a court reporter. With a court reporter. This is the guidelines that are outlined under Rule 322L. The court so the court is aware to create a record that there's an open investigation. Because I want that clarity for the court when they ask, is it?
I don't believe that there is. What they argue is correct. I said that in January. Back when I was doing this, standing out there, it didn't take me so 18 months to arrest my client. It took me about 18 minutes. So.
I can show you the investigation. But I have a different opinion. That's the point of why I'm asking, just for purposes of record.
How long would that last? Now, I'm not going to argue. You tell me this could be ad infinitum. This could be for any indefinite period.
I can discuss that with the court in camera, how long the investigation is going to take, but I'm not prepared to do it in front of.
No, but law enforcement gets to decide that. That's your position. They just get to decide.
Well, it's also dictated by when and how evidence is received, where it leads, how long it takes to get that information, how long it takes to interview those witnesses, et cetera, et cetera.
Are you kidding me? You could circumvent the globe, maybe, and collect evidence from anywhere you want. That request is, I mean, you didn't file a motion. You're making this an oral. I guess if you want to have.
Well, no, it was part of my original motion to have an in-camera hearing. That was in my motion. That was in there.
That was part of your response.
Yes. Yes, that we were requesting the in-camera hearing. If the
So
court,
you already did it, right. So, yeah, your request for an in-camera hearing is respectfully denied. She's a witness. I don't know any sense of it. She's a witness. You listed her as a witness, right?
About 20 minutes ago, Your Honor, the court filed.
Okay. Well, who did it when we started the case? Who listed her as an I mean, you want to do it this way? Who listed her as a witness? They didn't.
I don't know who.
Well, somebody did.
Yes.
Someone from the state attorney's office signed their name and said, this person has personal knowledge about this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the rules are the same here in any other circuit or county court. Your request is denied. I'll stand on the reasons why. State, anything else I can do for you today? One moment.
He need not scrunch up his face like that.
They asked for a moment. We're trying to make sure the records. Defense, anything else I can do for you to say?
You can dismiss the charges against them, but I don't think you go.
You don't do that. Anything else?
No.
No, sir. Okay, so as of right now, Mr. Jemmons does have a court date I noticed next week on the fingerprint case and the status date. We want to just handle that right now. So you're going to hear right now. All right, so this is in 23-1-0593 CF10A. Mr. Demings as well as Mr. Henry as well as Mr. Mathis are set for status, what we call the calendar call or status for trial next Wednesday, July 16th. So I'll handle Mr. Demings' hearing right now.
I keep covering for Mr. Figueroa.
I think he filed an peer review soon next week.
Yes.
I don't want to.
I just spoke to Mr.
All right,
Haddad.
so listen, Ms. Liberty, I also have this case set for trial September the 10th, the same day, obviously, it's set for trial.
So in light of the court's ruling on the homicide, I would just spontaneously renew my motion to lift the stay so we can argue the C4 motion, Judge.
I'm going forward, I'm ready to argue here anything.
Okay, so I'll set the C4 motion for one of those dates that you gave me, Judge. Thank you.
Sounds like a good idea.
Great.
So Ms. Wilcox, you can delete Mr. Demings on July 16th. He remains set for trial in that case. The case is now docket today, 23-105946, and then he remains set for trial September the 10th.
For the record, I know what the court's ruling is. For the record, state raises the same issue in its motion. It's automatically stayed. Judge Murphy also entered a stay. In the case, it's the same evidence that has actually been suppressed that we were intending to use in the tampering case. So same arguments that I made on the 19 case in terms of how the stay should remain in place. The automatic stay should not be listed. The state would be compelled to go to trial with evidence that had, or without the evidence that had been suppressed. And we're asking the state to remain in place. Or the state is automatic, it should remain in place.
Yes, over your objection. The city ruling that case is also the same for county reasons that I've already thrown the record. 19-1872 CF. Your objection is made. Thank you. State, you need the affidavit.
We're going to talk to the AG, Your Honor, but once we make that determination, we'll either advise the court as to what's going on, or we'll turn it over.
Judge, will you give a time limit?
You said 5 days.
5 days.
Yeah, you said 5 days.
I didn't hear. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Ms. Wilcox is otherwise concluded. Okay. So that is otherwise continued recess until tomorrow, which is Thursday, July the 10th, at 8:45 a.m.
All right, y'all.
Good side. Of course I do.
Everybody out, do whatever they have to do. There's two of them.
All right, a few things happen. So I know this is getting ready to pop off. So I will stop this share and get the folks up to speed. So today they heard the motion for rehearing for bond, and that was denied. We did miss a bit of that, but essentially that piece was denied. The motion to compel Detective Luna to basically be deposed for her to answer those questions was granted. He also granted the motion for them to compel the affidavit. He said that they got 5 days to turn the affidavit over. The request to have the affidavit review in camera was denied. The motion to stay the trial was denied. Judge Fine said that Melly been in jail for 2,339 days. He says that rules are in place to prevent what's happening to Mr. Demings. His calendar is actually booked out through 2026, which means if he had to postpone the trial, Melly wouldn't get a trial date until 2027, which I think, like Jenny said, the state is really trying to stall to get that time. They also tried to shift the blame onto the defense, saying, well, yeah, we filed an appeal, but they also filed one too. I mean, come on now. But nonetheless, he said that they got 5 days to turn it over. He's not changing the court date. They asked Melly what he wanted to do, and against his attorney's advice, Melly said, let's go. Okay, Melly was right. Matter of fact, Melly was back there cussing motherfuckers out. I was reading his lips. He was cussing them out like, I don't give a fuck what you talking about, nigga. Come on, like let's go. You can see that. So Judge Fine said, look, we gonna have trial September the 10th. I got 20 available hours on my calendar, and y'all need to use them as y'all see fit. Meaning, whatever motion you need me to hear, whatever we need to do outside of the jury, we need to go ahead and do that before September the 10th, because we are going to have trial. Now, it sounds like the prosecutors are going to be meeting with the Attorney General, and probably other folks to try and get the trial stayed. In that case, I don't know if Judge Fine will actually attempt to grant him a bond or not. I think that will be the time for her to file another motion, because 2027 before you can have another court date is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But that's really what happened right there, y'all. So thank you everybody who jumped on to watch the YNW Melly hearing. I will post a recap for that on my page sometime, maybe later on this evening. I'll post a recap for that. In the meantime, we're going to switch over to Raul Valet, and we're going to listen to the verdict. So we were doing verdict watch on that, so we're going to switch over. Here we go.
Identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Dorso for the State of Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Raul Valle, is at my side.
All right, so counsel, as you are aware, we have received a note from the jury which indicates that the jury has reached a partial verdict. And when I say partial verdict, in summarizing the note, which does indicate to some extent the deliberative process, it appears that the jury has reached a verdict as to murder at count 1, manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1, assault in the first degree intentional at both counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree intentional at count 4. At this time, the court's intention would be to accept the partial verdict and declare a mistrial on any lesser included charges upon which the jury is unable to reach a verdict. I will note that the note additionally indicates that after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on the other charges. So I would give each counsel an opportunity to be heard at this time also.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would be requesting that the court now at this moment give a Chip Smith charge to the jury. They've been out 2.5 days now, I guess, a little over 11 or 12 hours. There were 25 witnesses that were called in this case. There was a mountain of evidence that needed to be reviewed. And we went from hopelessly deadlocked after an hour and 45 minutes to now having a partial verdict. So I would submit that perhaps there'd be, if the court was inclined to give that Chip Smith charge, that they could go back and maybe come to a decision on the charges for which they are deadlocked on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defense would object to a Chip Smith at this point. The court has already twice sent them back with essentially a Chip Smith light sort of instruction on the basis of Feliciano. And I think that the jury has indicated now on a number of occasions that they are rather hopelessly deadlocked as to those charges, which they still cannot come to any resolution on. My understanding of the note is simply that giving them another charge is not going to change that, and so we would object.
So in response to the request for the Chip Smith, which is basically another attempt at the court to ask the jury to continue its deliberations, the court is hereby denying that request on behalf of the state. In keeping with Feliciano, this court has not once, but on 2 occasions provided a chunkier or a wider Feliciano charge. On day 1 of the jury having this case, the court received a note that it was hopelessly deadlocked on the murder count. The court, upon agreement with counsel at that point in time, instructed the jury to continue deliberating. At that time, I instructed the jury to review the evidence, discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors, to explain the views and listen to the views of other jurors, including the majority, to listen to what the minority had to say, as well as the minority to listen to what the majority had to say. Subsequently, on day 2, after about 5 hours of continued deliberations having passed, the jury did send a second note indicating the following: that the jury was deadlocked on murder at count 1, indicating that the jury had reached a verdict at count 2 and count 3 as to assault in the first degree, deadlocked as to lesser included charges, and with respect to the last count, count 4, again indicating a possible verdict as to assault in the second degree, intentional, but deadlocked as to the first lesser included charge as well. Once again, that note was discussed with counsel. Once again, upon agreement by counsel, the court extended to the jury another Feliciano type of charge, which included more language than the standard go back and deliberate charge. The court once again looked at the jury and instructed the jury to continue deliberating, to review the evidence, see if any evidence was overlooked, make sure that no evidence was misunderstood, and to explain the views and listen to the views of all other jurors. The jurors did continue their deliberations, and they did review some evidence, which we came back on the record to produce for them. So at this point in time, the court is not going to go ahead and give them a third instruction to continue the deliberations. The court is going to accept the verdict.
And just one more thing, if I may put on the record, Your Honor, with regards to the court's intent on declaring a mistrial on the remaining charges that do exist, the state's intent would be, if that were the case, that we would be filing an amended information to include those charges.
All right, well, I don't know when you would be filing that amended information, but we're going to accept the verdict before any amended information is filed.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
We have a verdict. We're going to take that verdict. Does anyone else have anything else to say?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
All right, at this point, we'll bring the jury in, please.
Sir? The rest of the jury. Oh, you're not?
All right. It appears as though all of our juror members are present. I would seek the counsel's stipulation as such before I begin.
The state will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
So I first would like to inquire as to the four-person. Please just stand. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Foreperson, I did receive a note that was signed by you, and it was time-stamped as well. The note indicates to the court that the jury, although unable to unanimously agree on some charges, has unanimously agreed as to a verdict on murder at count 1 and manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1. Also, as to counts 2 and 3, the jury has a verdict on assault in the first degree intentional. And then lastly, as to count 4, the jury has reached a verdict as to assault in the second degree intentional. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So at this point in time, I would ask you to be seated. All right, the court at this point in time is going to move forward with the verdict that you do have relative to the counts and the charges that you have relayed in the note and that you have just confirmed on the record. So Madam Clerk is going to be providing to you additional instruction as she accepts that partial verdict, okay? Thank you. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise, and remain standing.
All right, y'all. So if you missed the Melly hearing, we just played that. If you want to watch it, all you have to do is rewind my live back, and you can continue. You can actually go back and watch the Melly hearing once it's up. Right now, we are watching Raul Valet. They are getting some jury information, so the mics are muted. But again, if you want to listen to the Melly hearing, it just ended, so you'd have to again rewind the video, the live stream. To catch that content. Essentially,
Identify himself for the record.
Yes, here. James Stone.
All but the foreperson may be seated. Mr. Foreperson, in the case of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valley, has the jury agreed upon a unanimous verdict as to murder at count 1, manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1, assault in the first degree intentional at counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree intentional at count 4?
Yes, we have.
Will the defendant, Raul Valley, please rise and face the jury? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, hold on a moment. We have to go through the in docket number 8.
Oh, it's not on here. Sorry. In docket number AAN CR 22-0189-418T, count 1 of the substitute information charges the defendant, Raul Valley, with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
As to count 1 of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-55(a)(1) of the Connecticut General Statutes, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please pause. All right, I'm going to direct the court's inquiry to the foreperson at this time. Mr. Foreperson, your note indicated, and that's Exhibit 10, Court Exhibit 10, your note indicated that the jury, after lengthy deliberations, was hopelessly deadlocked on manslaughter in the first degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 as a lesser included offense at count 1. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict as to that particular charge, is that correct?
That's correct.
Madam Clerk, please continue on with count 2.
Count 2 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59(a)(1) of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, again, the note that was sent to the court, provided to the court and marked, indicates to the court that after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on the charge of assault in the first degree reckless in violation of 53A-59A3 as a lesser included offense at count 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict regarding that particular charge as a lesser included offense. That is correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please continue on to count 3.
Count 3 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59(a)(1) of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Again, Mr. Foreperson, Exhibit 10, Court Exhibit 10, your note to the court indicates that with respect to assault in the first degree, reckless under count 3, after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on that charge of a lesser included offense. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So you were unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault in the first degree, reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A3 as a lesser included offense under count 3. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed to count 4.
Count 4 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of section 53A-60, paren A, paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, the note that was forwarded to the court indicates that at count 4 as to assault in the second degree, reckless, after lengthy deliberations, the jury was hopelessly deadlocked on the above charge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so is it correct that the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault the second degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes, section 53A-60A3 at count 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Your Honor, may the verdict be accepted and recorded?
Yes, the verdict shall be accepted and recorded.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to your verdict as it is accepted and recorded. As to the first count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A, paren A of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to count 1 of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-55, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the second count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the third count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the fourth count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of section 53A-60, paren A, paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please rise. You heard your verdict as it was accepted and recorded. You heard your verdict being read back as to each of the 4 counts. Is that your verdict? So say you all.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Anything from counsel at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, may we be seated?
I'm sorry?
May we be seated?
Yes, you may be seated. Thank you. I, on no request by counsel, the court is not going to hold the jury, so I won't have the polling. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to address you. Take a moment. Your verdict has now been recorded. It's been accepted by the court. The court will deal with the outstanding remaining charges once I discharge you, but I want to say a few words to you before I do that. Your oath that you've been obligated to keep during this time, you've been obligated to stay silent, not discuss this case. I am now relieving you of the duty of your oath, so you are released from your oath. It is, of course, up to you to decide whether or not you wish to discuss this case with anyone or your role as a juror with anyone. You certainly have no obligation to do so. And please be aware that any comments that you shall make may become the cause for further proceedings concerning the verdict. I would like to take this time to recognize you and thank you for your very important service, serving as a juror, especially on a lengthy trial such as this. This takes you away from very important other aspects of your life. So I want to thank you for the time commitment that you gave to this case. I know that we originally asked you for a commitment through July 1st, and you have graciously given us your time for a rather extended period beyond that July 1st date. Inevitably, a decision by a jury will gratify one party and disappoint another. It's a very difficult job that you have. It's a difficult job for a juror to be asked to make a decision, such as important ones like this. And I understand, and so does everyone involved, that the decision that you made here today is not an easy one. These are decisions, however, that are extremely important to our society, as well as the individual defendant. We all recognize that it's not an easy one, and we thank you for taking the time to reach the decision that you did reach here today. We're very grateful to you for performing that very important assignment. I want to also thank you for your careful and diligent attention to these proceedings. I know that sometimes it's very difficult to get through evidence. It's not always as exciting as it's portrayed on TV or in the news. You as jurors have to stay alert and awake and dedicated to every moment of evidence that's presented before you. And I constantly remained vigilant of all of you and your attention. And I want to thank you for providing us the attention that you did. So at this point, I want to let you know that you are discharged again from your oath. You are allowed to leave. However, there are documents that we do need to provide to you, and I would also like an opportunity with you to give you those documents with the clerk. I would appreciate it if you would stay back here at the courthouse for a little bit. There are some matters I do need to tend to on the record, but if you would just give us a little bit more of your time just so that I can get you those documents, I would appreciate it, although you are under no obligation to do that. So that's an individual choice. You will be escorted out by the marshal. I will ask that you remain in the room for a little while so we can clear halls and I can clear the courtroom and then hopefully get a chance to speak with you. Thank you. Attorney Smith, at the end of evidence, at the close of evidence, you moved for a judgment of acquittal on the 4 charged offenses, paying most attention to the murder charge at count 1. The defendant has since been acquitted as to all of those charged offenses in the substitute information. What is your position relative to the motion for judgment of acquittal on those 4 offenses?
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
So the court's going to that for the record. With respect to count 1, manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 55A3, count 2 and 3, assault in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 59A3, and count 4, assault in the second degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 60A3. After the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict, the court would like to memorialize on the record the following. On day 1 of the jury having the case, after about 2 hours of deliberations, the jury sent a note stating that it was hopelessly deadlocked on the murder at count 1. The court, upon agreement of counsel, instructed the jury to continue deliberating, instructing the jury to review the evidence, discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors, to explain views and listen to the views of others, including the majority, to listen to what the minority had to say, and the minority to listen to what the majority had to say. Subsequently, after a total of about 5 hours of deliberations having passed, the jury sent a second note to the court indicating that the jury was deadlocked on murder at count 1, not guilty of first-degree assault intentional, deadlocked on first-degree assault reckless at count 2, with the same indication for count 3 on the same charges, and not guilty, second-degree assault intentional, deadlocked, second-degree assault reckless at count 4. Once again, upon agreement of counsel, the note was disclosed to counsel. Obviously, it was reviewed, it was discussed, and I directed jurors to continue deliberating, instructing the jurors to review the evidence, see if any evidence was overlooked or misunderstood, to explain the views and listen to the views of all other jurors. The jury continued their deliberations into the 3rd day. And now, once again, on this 3rd day, after more than 11 and a half hours of deliberations, the court received a note from the jury, now Court Exhibit 10, indicating a partial verdict, and that as to the other charges, the lesser included offenses, that after lengthy deliberations, the jury was hopelessly deadlocked. Due to the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict, even after extended deliberations, as to manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 as a lesser included offense at count 1, Assault in the first degree, reckless, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A3 is a lesser included offense at counts 2 and 3. And assault in the second degree, reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, section 53A, 60A3. The court, in accordance with the Connecticut Practice Book, section 4245, and with no objection by counsel. Counsel, do either of you want to object? I know before you indicated you didn't. Objecting to a mistrial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Hereby finds it necessary to declare a mistrial as to those offenses and all other lesser included offenses charged to the jury under counts 2 and 3, to which a verdict was not returned. The court does not take the ordering of a mistrial lightly. The court is not ordering a mistrial simply for the sake of ordering a mistrial as a matter of convenience. Rather, the court, based on the history of deliberations as cited herein and the notes provided by the jury, finds that the circumstances make it impossible at this point to reach a verdict fairly as to all parties, and as such, with a finding of manifest necessity in accordance with our rules, does enter the order of the mistrial. I'd also like to take a moment to address everyone. I first would like to address counsel and thank them for their courtesies to the court and to each other during the course of this trial. Also to the family members, all of them, the spectators that have been present in this courtroom every single day. I want to thank you for heeding the court's expectations as to courtroom decorum. I know that this was an extremely emotional trial, and I appreciate the conduct that was displayed continuously throughout this process. Once again, I understand that a jury's verdict will never fully satisfy one side or the other. Not everyone will walk out of here satisfied today. And I apologize for that, but this is the process that we have, and the court believes it to be a fair process. I also want to indicate that my appreciation to courtroom decorum extends to every single member of the media. I think you've portrayed this matter as fairly as possible in the news, and I think that your courtroom decorum here, in following all the rules that were placed on the media by way of court order, have been met with professionalism in terms of your business and your duty to your job. So I want to thank you for that. At this time, I'd ask counsel if there are any other matters that the court should take up.
Nothing from the state at this time. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Lastly, I would like to address Mr. Valley. Mr. Valley, you too have shown respect to the process in terms of your decorum and your behavior and conduct here in the courtroom. You have been acquitted of the 4 charges that were held against you and stated in the substitute information. So at this point in time, I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Thank you to everyone. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Court's adjourned.
Emotional moment for Lito. Very, very emotional a moment. He was pretty much acquitted, mistrial on the lesser included. The state can still choose to pursue those charges again if they want to. Likelihood of it, I mean, it just kind of depends on how they feeling out there. And what was that, Connecticut? I think Connecticut. Absolutely, Anthony. I think you and B said exactly what I was feeling, what I was thinking. That he's got a second chance at life, and we definitely want to make wish him the best, and go do, like B said, go do better. So look, y'all, it's 2:30 Central Time. We've been struggling to find something to watch in the midday, and in the meantime, in between time. So I'm actually going to end our stream early today. What I'm going to do is we're going to finish up Karina tomorrow, but we should have enough content tomorrow. I'm sorry, we should have enough live trial tomorrow to get us through the day without having to break for their little lunch cycle. So we'll just stop and end early today. Again, if you've missed the YNW Melly hearing, hopefully Law and Crime will post the longer clip of it, because we watched it live from the news station down in Miami. So if you want to watch it and it's not posted, you can absolutely rewind my stream and watch it. If not, you can look for a recap later. Once this video is done, once it's over, I think I can actually clip it. I think I might be able to clip that portion of it and push it out here to the public. It's still missing a piece though. But I'll see what I can do. I hope all of y'all have an amazing rest of the day. I hope you have a really, really good, safe evening. Make sure y'all wish my boy D Wood a happy birthday, because it's D Wood's birthday. We hope that our boy has many more. and that he enjoys his day. But I want y'all to stay safe and thank y'all for tuning in. Have a good rest of the day.